Hello and welcome to another section of this complete Angular course. In this section, you will learn all about routing in Angular. And in this lecture, let's start by understanding what is routing and how to implement routing in Angular. Routing allows us to navigate from one part of our application to another part. And in terms of Angular, we can say that routing allows us to move from view of one component to the view of another component. And in Angular, in order to implement routing, we use a module called Angular/router. So it is this module using which we implement routing in Angular. Here I have created a new project called Angular Routing. And in this project, let me first go to package.json file. And there, if I scroll down to this dependencies section, you will see that in that dependencies section, we have one module called Angular/router. So when we create a new Angular project using Angular CLI, at that time only this module gets downloaded. All right, let me close this file and let me go ahead and let me expand this source folder. And inside this source folder, let's also expand this app folder. And here we have our app component. If I go to app-component.html, there you will notice that I am using two selectors, the selector of header component and the selector of footer component. So here we have our header component and here we have our footer component. So I'm using the selector of header and footer component here in the app component. And this app component is our root component, which is being used in index.html file. So we already know this from our previous lectures. So when this application will run, the content of app component will be rendered. In the app component, we are using the selector of header component and footer component. So currently, the view of header component and the view of footer component will be rendered in the web page. If I go to the web page, there you will notice that here we have one header and we have one footer. So the view of header and footer component has been rendered here. Now in the header, you will also see we have some links like home, about, contact, and courses. Apart from these four links, we also have login and logout link and these five links. But these links we are not interested right now. Currently, we are interested in home, about, contact, and courses link because these are the four main pages of our Angular application. So if I go to header component.html, for that, let's expand this header folder. And there, let's go to header component.html. There you will notice that I'm defining those four links using this anchor tag. Now what I want is when this home link is clicked in the web page, in between header and footer component, I want to display the view of home component. So I have already created the home component as well. In the same way, if the user clicks on this about link, I want to display the view of about component in between the header and footer component. Then if the user clicks on this contact link, I want to display the view of contact link in the web page. And when the user clicks on this courses link, I want to display the view of courses component in the web page. So I want to display the view of these components in between the header and footer component. For that, we are going to make use of routing. Now, we can create and use routing in our Angular application in three simple steps. In the first step, we need to create new route using routes array and define some route objects inside that array. We can define our routes in a separate TypeScript file, or we can also define it directly in the app module. For now, let's go ahead and let's define our routes in the app module, and later we will move it to a different file. So in the app module, before this ng module directive, I'll go ahead and I will define our routes. Now, in order to define routes, first we need to create a variable, and I'm going to call this variable maybe routes. You can name this anything, but the type of this variable should be routes. So this routes here, we need to import it from Angular/router. And let's move this import statement at the top. Okay, so this routes, it should be of type routes. And this routes is nothing but it is an array. And it is an array of route objects. And using a route object, we define our route. Let's see how we can do that. So as we learned, this routes, it is going to be an array. So let's assign an array to it. And inside this array, we can define our routes using route object. And in order to use route object, we can use a set of curly braces like this. So basically, we can use the object literal syntax. And inside that, we need to specify two properties. The first property is going to be the path property. So here, we need to specify the path of the route. For example, let's say the path is home. Now, this path simply means that the URL will be root URL slash home. So path home means root URL slash home. If I go to our application, the root URL is localhost colon 4200. So this is our root URL. After that, when I say slash home, then here the URL is root URL slash home, but the path will be simply home. If I say about, in that case, the URL will be root URL slash about, but the path will be about. In the same way, if I say contact, in that case, URL is localhost colon 4200 slash contact, but the path is contact. So let's go back to VS Code. So here the path is home, and when the user types this path home, that means root URL slash home in the address bar, we want to display the view of home component in the web page. For that, we can use another property called component, and to this we can assign the component whose view template we want to render when this path is typed in the URL. In this case, we want to render the view template of home component. So in this way, we have defined our first route. This route is for this path. In the same way, let's also define a route for the about path. So the path will be about, and when the user types root URL slash about in the web page in the address bar, we want to display the view template of about component. Okay. In the same way, let's also define path for contact and courses. Okay. So when the path is contact, in that case, we want to render the view template of contact component. And when the path is courses, we want to render the view template of courses component. So in this way, we have defined 4 routes for our Angular application. And for now, let's only keep these 4 routes, and later we will define more routes for this Angular application. Now here we have created some routes using this routes array, and we are storing those routes inside this routes variable. But Angular does not know about these routes yet. For that, we need to register these routes. And in order to register these routes, what we need to do is, if I scroll down, in the imports array, we need to import router module. And again, in order to use this router module, we need to import it from Angular slash router. So here, let's go ahead and let's import this router module. And then on this router module, after we have imported it, we need to call for root method. So here you will see that we have two methods, for child and for root. Here we are going to use for root method. This for root method simply tells that the route which we are going to pass to this for root method, it is defined for the entire application. And to this for root method, we need to pass our route. And we are storing our routes inside the routes variable. So we need to assign that routes variable here. Okay, so whatever routes we are storing inside this routes variable, that should be applicable for the entire application. And that's why we are using this for root method. If we use for child method, using that we can define routes for the feature modules. But here we want to define routes for the whole application. So that's why we are using this for root. But if we want to define routes only for some feature modules, in that case we can use for child method. And we will talk about that later in this course. For now, let's stick with for root method. Alright, so here we have created our routes. We have registered our routes. So now our Angular application is aware about these routes, these 4 routes. So now we can go ahead and we can use these routes. Now the only thing which is missing here is we also need to tell Angular when one of these routes is typed. For example, when the user type root URL slash home in the address bar, in that case the path will be home. So in that case, we want to render the view of home component. But where do we want to render that view? That also we need to tell Angular. And in this case, we want to render the view in the app component. So let's go to app component.html. And there we want to render the view in between the header component and the footer component. So for that, what we can do is we can use a directive called router outlet. This directive, it simply tells Angular that it has to render the view at this place. For example, when the user types root URL/about in the address bar, in that case, the path will be about. And for this path, we want to render the view template of about component. So that view will be rendered in place of this router outlet. And we are using this router outlet in between app header and app footer. So that view will be rendered in between the view of header component and the footer component. Now, in order to use this router outlet directive, we do not have to explicitly import it, because this router outlet directive, it will be imported when we import this router module in the imports array. So with that, this router outlet directive will also get imported. So we do not have to import it explicitly. With this, if we save the changes and if we go to the web page, you will notice that currently the URL is root URL. And for the root URL, we have not defined any route. So for that, only the header and the footer is being rendered. But as soon as I say root URL/home, the path will be home. And for this path, we want to render the view template of home component. So when I press enter here, you will notice that in between the header and footer, the view template of home component has been rendered. So this is the view for home component. When I type root URL/about, in that case, the view template of about component should be rendered. So you can see this is the view for about component. When I say root URL/contact, then the view of contact component should be rendered in between the header and the footer. So this is the contact page. And finally, when I say root URL/courses, and when I press enter, the view of courses component has been rendered. So our routing is working as expected. The only thing which is missing here is if I only type root URL like this, you will see that nothing is being rendered in between the header component and the footer component. But let's say when the user types the root URL, in that case also we want to display the home page to the user. We want to display the view of home component to the user. For that, let's go ahead and let's create a new route. So let's go to appmodule.ts, and here let's go ahead and let's create a new route. Let me copy this line. I'll paste it here. And for the root URL, the path is going to be empty string. Okay, for the root URL, the path is empty string. And when the user types root URL, again, we want to render the view of home component. So now if I go back to the web page, you will see that the view of home component has been rendered here for this root URL. Okay, but if I type root URL/home, in that case also, the view of home component should be rendered. And if I say root URL/about, in that case also, the view of about component should be rendered. Okay, so this is working as expected. If I only type root URL, in that case, the view of home component has been rendered. So this route is also working. Now currently, if you notice, when we type root URL, we are still in the root URL and the view of home component has been rendered. But what we can also do is when the user types root URL, we can redirect the user to the home page. So instead of rendering the view of home component here, we can directly redirect the user to home page. That is also possible. Let me actually show you how to do that. For that, let me comment this line here. For that, we can create another route. In that route, again, we need to specify the path, and the path for the root URL is going to be empty string. But then instead of using component property, we can use redirect to property. And here we can specify the path to which we want to redirect the user. In this case, when the user types root URL in the address bar, we want to redirect the user to the home page. For that, the path is home. And then we also need to use another property, which is path match. And here I'm going to use full. So we have two options. We can either use full or prefix. I'm going to use full here. This path match property, it simply tells Angular how to match the path against the configured URL. Okay, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. And now you will notice that when I type root URL and when I press enter, it is redirecting us to home page. Okay, I'm typing root URL and I press enter. It is redirecting us to home page. So here redirection is happening. And when we are being redirected to home page, the view of home page will be displayed. So this is another way in which you can configure your root URL. But I don't want to use this approach. So I'll comment this one. I'll keep it for your reference and I will uncomment the above one. Here what I want is when the user types root URL in the address bar, in that case, I want to render the view of home component. So now if I go to the web page and if I simply say root URL, you see there is no redirection and the view of home component has been rendered here. So in order to define routes, first we created a new route using routes array, and inside that array we defined some route objects. Then what we did is we registered those routes using router module.forRoute method, and to this forRoute method we passed the name of the route. And finally, in order to tell Angular where to render the view, we used this router outlet directive. In the last lecture, we learned how to implement routing in Angular, and there we implemented 5 routes for our Angular application. So these are the 5 routes which we implemented in our last lecture. We implemented a route for root URL, for this home path, about path, contact path, and courses path. So if I go to the browser, there you will notice that currently in the address bar we have typed root URL, and for the root URL the view of home component has been rendered. If I say root URL slash about, in that case the view of about component will be rendered in the web page. And if I say root URL slash contact, in that case the view of contact page will be rendered in the web page. And if I say root URL slash home, then the view of home component will be rendered in the web page. So our routing is working as expected. But there is one problem here. And the problem is if I type something in the address bar for which we have not defined a route, for example, root URL slash services, and if I press enter, you see in between the header and the footer component, nothing has been rendered and we have been redirected to root URL. And if I open developer console, in the console, you will see that we have an error. Let me actually increase the font size of this developer console here. So there you will see that we have an error and the error says cannot match any routes for the URL segment services. That's because we have not defined any route for the path services. In the same way, if I say root URL slash products slash maybe category slash iPhone. If I press enter, in this case, the path will be product slash category slash iPhone. So if I press enter, again, we should not see any view in between the header and the footer component. And in the error message, it should say cannot match any routes for the URL segment product slash category slash iPhone. So this product slash category slash iPhone is the path which we have typed after the root URL. And for that path, we have not defined any route. So that's why we have this error. Now, in order to resolve this error, what we can do is, let me go ahead and let me close this developer console here. Let's go to VS Code. And in here, we are going to create a new route. And this route should be called whenever none of the above routes match. So for example, if the user has typed root URL slash services, in that case, the path is services. And for none of these routes, we have specified the path as services. In that case, this route which we are going to create, that should be called. So here we are going to create a new route. And for this route, we need to specify a path. And for the path, we are going to specify the value as 2 asterisks. So when we specify the path as 2 asterisks, that means it is going to match every path which has been typed in the address bar. And when this route will be called, in that case, we want to show the view template of not found component. So in here, you will notice that I have a component called not found. Let me go to the HTML file of this not found component. And in there, we are displaying a message inside this paragraph. And there we are saying the page you're looking for cannot be found. Please check the URL or try again later. And after that, we are also displaying this H1 element with this message 404 page not found. So it is this view which we want to render in the web page whenever the user types a URL for which we have not defined a route. So here, for this route, we are going to specify the component as not found component. Okay, so this 2 asterisks simply means that it is going to match all the path which the user has typed in the address bar. So when this route will be called, in that case, the view template of not found component will be rendered in the web page. Let's see this in action. So let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page, and currently in the address bar, the root URL is typed. So for that, the view of home component has been rendered. If I type root URL slash courses, in that case, the view of courses component should be rendered. But if I type root URL slash services, for this services, we have not defined any route. So what will happen is this services, it will match this path. Okay, so when we have typed root URL slash services, that services path, first it will be compared with the path of this first route. It will not match. Then it will be compared with the path of the second route. Here also it will not match. Then it will be compared with the path of third route, fourth route, and this fifth route. And none of these path matches services. Then after that, that services path will be matched with these 2 asterisks. And as I mentioned earlier, these 2 asterisks will simply match all the paths. So that services path that will also match these 2 asterisks. And in that case, the view of this not found component will be rendered in the web page. So if I go to the web page and if I press enter here, for that path, you will notice that the view of not found component has been rendered. And also if I open developer console, now you will not see any error in the developer console. So now you can type any URL in the address bar, for example, services slash all service. And if I press enter, again, it will show the view template of not found component because we have not defined any route for this service slash all services path. But if I type a path for which we have defined a route, for example, home, in that case, the view of home component will be rendered. If I say about, in that case, the view of about component will be rendered. Okay, but if I say some path for which we have not defined a route, for example, we have not defined any route for this login path, and in this case, if I press enter, again, we will see this 404 page not found. So in this way, this route will handle all the paths which the user has typed in the address bar if that path has not been handled already by the above mentioned routes. And that's why this route is called as wildcard route. This route will be called only if none of the above routes have been matched. A wildcard route is that route which matches every route path. And in Angular, the wildcard route is specified using 2 asterisk signs. And a very important point to note here is that a wildcard route must be specified at the end of all the defined routes. Let's try to understand why is that. Currently, we are adding this wildcard route after all other routes which we have added here. And that is how we should be using the wildcard route. It should always be defined at the end of the route list. Now, the reason why we need to do it in this way is because, as I mentioned, these 2 asterisks, it will match all the paths which the user will type in the address bar. So it will also match root URL slash home, root URL slash about, root URL slash contact, root URL slash courses, and even root URL. So if I go to the web page and here if I type root URL slash, let's say about, in this case the path is about. So this path will be matched with the path of these routes, and the comparison will happen in the order in which we have defined the route. So the order in which we have defined the route, that is very important. So here what will happen is that about path, it will be matched with the path of this first route. Here it will not match, it will go to the second route, and again that path will be matched with the path of this second route. Again the path will not match because in the address bar we have typed about, but here the path is home. So this will not match. Again it will go to the next route and there it will compare the path. And here the path will match. And at this line, since the path has matched, the view of this about component will be rendered in the web page. And the comparison will stop there. But if we put this wildcard route, let's say at the top, let me cut it from here and let me put it at the top. In that case, what will happen is whatever URL we will type in the address bar, that path will match this two asterisks. So in that case, the view of this not found component will be rendered. So any path we type in the address bar, that is going to match this path. And in that case, the view of this component will be rendered in the web page. So these routes will never get checked. And this route, it will be called for every path we type in the address bar, because this path, it is going to match every URL which we type in the address bar. So for each URL, always the view of this not found component will be rendered in the web page. Let's actually see that. So let's go to the web page and you see for the about path also, it is rendering the view of not found component. If I simply type root URL, for that also the view of not found component has been rendered. If I say root URL slash home, for that also the view of not found component has been rendered. And it does not matter what I type here, that path is going to match these two asterisks. And in that case, the view of this component will be rendered. So it does not matter what I type inside this address bar. It is always going to render this same view. If I type services, in that case also, it is going to render the same view. And that's why this route, this wildcard route, it should always be specified at the end of the route list. Okay. And now if I go to the web page, now our application should be working. So if I type root URL and if I press enter, it shows the view of home page. If I say root URL slash home, it shows the view of home page. If I say root URL slash about, it shows the view of about page. If I say root URL slash contact, it shows the view of contact page. But if I say root URL slash something for which we have not defined it out, for example, services, in that case, this 404 page has been shown. If I say root URL slash login, for this login also we have not defined any route. In that case also we should see this 404 page not found. Now, one very important point you need to remember here is that here we are simply showing a 404 page not found page, but we are not setting the response status to 404. That's because this page we are showing it from our client application, and from the client we cannot manipulate the response. In the last two lectures, we defined some routes for our Angular application. Now in this lecture, let's make these navigation links work. So what we want is when this home link is clicked, we want to display the view of home page. When this about link is clicked, we want to display the view of about page. When this contact link is clicked, we want to display the view of contact page. And when this courses link is clicked, we want to display the view of courses page. And we are defining these links in the header component. So let's go to header component. Let's scroll up. Here we have this header folder. Let's expand that. And let's go to header component.html. And in there, we are defining these links using this anchor tag. So one way to make these links work is that instead of specifying pound, we can specify the path. So for example, when this home link is clicked, we want to display the view of home component. For that, if I go to app module to our route, you will notice that we have already defined a route for this path home. And when this path is typed in the address bar, the view of home component will be displayed. So what I can do is I can copy this path, and here instead of saying pound, I can specify that path. In the same way, when this about link is clicked, we want to render the view of about component. So when the view of this about component will be rendered, when in the address bar, the path is about. So for that link, let's go ahead and let's specify the href as about. In the same way, for this contact, let's specify the value for href as contact. And for the courses, let's specify the value for href as courses. With this, if we save the changes, let's go to the web page. And when I click on this home link, you see the path is root URL/home. And in that case, the view of home component has been rendered. If I click on this about link, you will notice that the path is about. And in that case, the view of about component has been rendered. If I click on this contact link, again, you will notice that the path has changed. It is contact. So the URL is root URL/contact. And for that URL, the view of contact component has been rendered. In the same way, when I go to this courses link, the view of courses component has been rendered. So in this way, now these links are working as expected. But this is not the right approach. The problem with this approach is that when we navigate around here using any of these links, for example, currently I am in the courses page. If I click on this about link, just notice this reload icon. So you would have noticed that that reload icon spinned and the page has been reloaded here. And this simply means that every time we will navigate around in this application using these links, a new request will be sent to the server and it returns us a new page. And since that page is still our Angular application with route registered on it, it is able to give us the correct route. But this is not the behavior we want, because in this way, it is going to restart our application for every navigation. And with that, our whole application state will be lost, and it might not be the behavior we want to offer to our user. For example, let me type root URL here. Okay, let me press enter. So now we are in the home page. Let me go ahead and let me open developer console. And here I will go to the network tab. And what I will do is I will refresh the page here. So when I refresh the page, you see when the page loads for the first time, these many files are being downloaded. So style.css is being downloaded. This runtime.js bundle has been downloaded. Polyfill.js bundle has been downloaded. Vendor.js bundle has been downloaded. And all other resources which we are using in our application that has been downloaded. Okay, now let me clear this network tab. Now just notice what happens when I navigate around here. So let's say I go to the about page. And you will notice that when I have navigated here to the about page, again those files are being downloaded. So these bundles, the style.css, runtime.js, polyfill.js, vendor.js, main.js, and style.js, these are the bundles which is storing the code of our Angular application. So these files should be downloaded only once when the page initially loads for the first time. After that, it should not be downloaded. Instead, the same downloaded file should be used in order to change the view. But since we are using the href attribute here, the default behavior is that when we will navigate around, it will make a new request to the server. And that's why for every request, these files will be downloaded again and again. And this is not the behavior we want for our Angular application. So let me close this developer console here. And here, instead of using this href attribute, we are going to use an Angular directive called as RouterLink. Okay, and this RouterLink, it is an attribute directive. So instead of href, we are going to use this RouterLink directive. With this, if we save the changes, if we go to the web page, now you will notice that when I navigate around, this reload icon does not spin. So for example, if I go to home page, you will notice that this reload icon has not spinned. If I go to courses page, this reload icon has not spinned. So now we are not making a new request to the server when we are navigating around. And to show you that, let me again go ahead and let me open network tab. Okay. And let me go to root URL. Okay. So for the first time, all the files will be downloaded. Here I typed the root URL and I restarted the app. So the page has been loaded. This is the first load. This is the initial load. And for the initial load, all the files have been downloaded. So all the bundles file have been downloaded, all the CSS files, font files, icon files, all the images, everything has been downloaded when the page initially loads for the first time. Now let me go ahead and let me clear the network tab here. And now when I navigate around, for example, let's say I go to contact page, you will not see all the files being downloaded again. Instead, only that file which is required for that page, for example, for this courses page, this image is required. So that image has been downloaded here. Let me clear the network tab again and let me go to the about page. So again, for the about page, only that file which is required that has been downloaded. For this about page, this founder image and this background image was required. Now this background image was already downloaded when we go to about page. So that's why it has not been downloaded again. But this founder image, it was not downloaded earlier. So that has been downloaded. So only the required files are being downloaded when we are using RouterLink. And in this way, we are not downloading the complete application file again and again when we are navigating around. So we can say that when we use RouterLink to navigate around in our application, in that case, the application is not restarting every time we navigate around. It is not downloading the application code again and again. Now, as I mentioned, this RouterLink, it is an attribute directive. So we can also wrap it within square brackets like this. But when we wrap it within square brackets, in that case, within these double quotes, it is expecting a TypeScript expression. So now it will think that this about is a property or a variable. But in our case, this about is neither a property nor a variable, and neither it is a TypeScript expression. Here, we want to assign this about as a string value to this router link. But since we have wrapped it within square brackets like this, we cannot assign a string value like this. For that, what we will have to do is, we will have to wrap this string value within single quotes like this. And now this value will be treated as a string value. So if we save the changes and if we go back to the web page, let me close the developer tool here. Let me go to home page and now let me go to about page. So this is also working. So the router link, it is a directive that binds the HTML element to a route. In our example, the HTML element is the anchor element and we are binding that anchor element to a route based on the path. And when the HTML element on which we have used the router link is clicked, it will result in navigation to that route. And we have just seen that with an example. Also, as I mentioned, this router link directive, it is an attribute directive. And we can also pass additional parameters to this attribute directive. And we will see that in the future lectures of this course. So this router link here, it will catch the click event on this anchor element and it will prevent the default behavior. Now the default behavior for the anchor element when it is clicked is to send a request to the server. So that default behavior will be prevented by the router link attribute. Instead, it will analyze what we have passed to the router link directive and it checks if we have a matching route with that value in the defined routes. So this is how we can navigate from one part of our Angular application to another part using router link and not href. And this is how we should navigate around, because this approach gives us a better experience and it does not restart the application, because of which the application state is also maintained and it is much faster than reloading the page all the time. So if we go back to the web page and when we navigate around, you will not see this reload icon spin, because in this case the page is not reloading. Here the content of the page is changing dynamically based on the link which we have clicked. And in this way, we have created a single page application. In the last couple of lectures, we have implemented routing for our Angular application, and that routing is working as expected. So now in our Angular application, we can navigate around using these links. So the routing is working as expected. Now what we want is, we also want to style the active link. So currently this courses is the active link because we are in root URL/courses page. So this courses link should be the active link. If I go to contact, in that case, this contact link should be active link because the path is root URL/contact. In the same way, if I go to about page, this about link should be the active link. And when I go to home page, this home link should be the active link. So what we want is, we want to style the active link in some way so that the user will know, looking at the link itself, that in which page he is currently in. Or in terms of Angular, we can say that looking at the link, the user will come to know which view has been rendered currently in the web page. So we want to style the currently active link. We can do that in two simple steps. Let's go to VS Code. And in the first step, what we need to do is, we need to create a CSS class. So let's go to style.css. And there I have already created this CSS class. I'm calling it active. And there I'm simply setting the font size and the font weight. So it is this CSS class which I want to apply on the active link. And in the second step, all we have to do is, we need to go to the place where we have defined our links. And I have done that in header component.html file. So here we are creating these links, this home link, about link, contact link, and courses link. And on that, we are already using this RouterLink directive. Now on these links, we are going to use another directive called RouterLink active. So the name of the directive is RouterLink active. And again, it is an attribute directive. And to that, we need to assign a CSS class. Now currently I have not wrapped it within square brackets, so I'm not using it like an attribute directive. So I can simply go ahead and I can pass this CSS class name to this directive like this. But if I wrap it within square brackets like this, in that case, within these double quotes, it is expecting a TypeScript expression. But here we want to assign it with a CSS class name. So this active, it is a CSS class name, and I want to assign this CSS class name to this router link active directive. But since we have wrapped it within square brackets, within these double quotes, it is expecting a TypeScript expression. So now what we need to do is, we need to wrap this active within single quotes like this. And now in this way, we are assigning a string value to this attribute directive. And we need to do it on all the links. So let me copy this line from here. And let's go ahead and let's add it on all the links which we have created here. And that's it. If I save the changes and if we go back to the web page, now you will notice that the active link is highlighted. So its font size is bigger than other links and it is also bold. If I go to about page, you will notice that this link is also highlighted. If I go to contact link, in that case, this link is also highlighted. And if I go to courses link, then this link is highlighted. So whichever route is active, for that route, its link is highlighted. The router link active is a directive for adding or removing classes from an HTML element that is bound to a router link. Using this directive, we can toggle CSS classes for active route link based on the current route state. And the main use case of this directive is to highlight which route is currently active. So as you can see, using the router link active directive, we are able to highlight which route is currently active. Now, one very important point to keep in mind is that when a child route is active, then all the parent routes are also marked as active. And in that case, the CSS class which we have assigned to router link active directive, that will also get set for all the active parent routes. Let's actually understand that with an example. Let's go to VS Code. And for now, what I will do is, for this home link, I will set the router link to empty string. Okay, that means root URL. Let me save the changes. Let's go to the web page and let me first go to root URL. So localhost colon 4200. In this case, Since this path is defined for this home route, you see we have specified the path as empty string. So that means for this home route, the path will be root URL. So in that case, this home link should be active, and that's what we will see here. But from here, if I go to about page, you will notice that the view of about page has been rendered, and about page is now the active link. But with that, the home page is also shown as active. It is styled with the active CSS class. That's because in this case, this about is the child link. And for this child link, this root URL is its parent link. And for the root URL, we have created a route for which the link name is home. And for this route, for this path, root URL slash about, we have created a route for which the link is about. In this case, currently, this child link is active. So that's why this about is styled. But for this child link, its parent link will be also marked as active. In this case, for this link, the parent link is root URL. So that will also get marked as active. And that's why this home is also styled. If I go to contact, you will notice that home and contact are styled because this contact is the child link. And for this child link, this root URL is the parent link. And for the parent link, the link name is home. So home and contact both are styled, both are marked as active. And that's why the CSS style has been applied on both home and contact. I hope you got the point. Now, in order to resolve this problem, what we can do is we can use another directive, and the directive name is RouterLink active options. Okay, and here to this router link active options, and it should be router link. So to this router link active options directive, we want to assign an object. So we will have to use it like an attribute directive, and then we can go ahead and we can assign an object to it. And in that object, we are going to set the exact property, and we are going to set it to true. And this will make sure that the active CSS class, basically this class which we are assigning to this router link active directive, that only gets applied to those routes whose route path exactly matches the current URL path. Okay, so we are going to use this on all the links. So I'll copy it and we are going to paste it for all the links. Basically, here we are simply setting some options for the router link active directive. So you can get it from this name. All right, with this, if I save the changes and if we go to the web page, here we have an error and it says type is not assignable to type exact. I think I have misspelled it. Okay, it should be exact. So there is a spelling mistake. Let me replace it in all these 4 places. All right, let's save the changes now. Let's go back to the web page. We don't have any error. And now you will notice that only the active child route has been styled. Its parent route is not styled. If I go to about page, there also only the about page has been styled. If I go to home page, only the home page has been styled. So now that issue is no more there. So this is one thing I wanted to show you in this lecture. All right, now I will go back and I will change the path for this home link to home instead of empty string. Okay, so just remember that when the child route is active, then all the parent routes are also marked as active. And the router link active directive is applied to the active child route and all its parent routes. And to avoid this behavior, we can use router link active options directive. And there we can set the exact property to true. In this lecture, we are going to understand what is a relative and absolute route path and how it works in Angular. And to understand this, let's go to VS Code and let's go to the place where we are defining our links. In our Angular application, we are defining the links in the header component.html file. So here we have these 4 links, this home, about, contact, and courses. And for these links, we have specified a path, and that path we are assigning to this RouterLink directive. Now, when we specify a path for the RouterLink directive, we can specify it in two ways, either by using a slash before the path or by not specifying this slash before the path. And based on whether we have used a slash or not, the path will be either an absolute path or it will be a relative path. Now, keep in mind that when we use a slash before a path, in that case, it will be an absolute path. Okay, when we use a slash before the path which we are assigning to this router link directive, if we are using a slash before that path, in that case, that path is an absolute path. And in case of an absolute path, that path is directly appended to the root URL. For example, when we say slash home, this path, it will be directly appended to the root URL in the address bar. So when we use a slash before the router link path, in that case, it uses absolute path and the path is directly appended to the root URL. For example, here we are creating a link called about, and for that we have specified the path as slash about. So what will happen is in the URL, this slash about will be appended directly to the root URL. In our case, the root URL is localhost colon 4200. So this path will be directly appended to that root URL. And this is called as absolute path. But if we don't use this slash before the path, in that case, it will be the relative path. And when we use relative path, in that case, that path is appended to the currently active route. Okay, so when we don't use a slash before the path, in that case, it uses relative path. And in case of a relative path, the path gets appended to the currently active route. For example, let's say in the about page, we have created a link and we are calling that link go to home. And for that link to this router link directive, we have assigned this path home. Now here, we are not using a slash before it. So in that case, it is going to use relative path. And we learned that in case of a relative path, the path gets appended to the currently active route. So currently we are in the about page. So the currently active route will be root URL slash about. And in the about page, we have this link home. So when we click on this link, in that case, this path will be appended to the currently active route. Currently active route is root URL slash about, and to that, this home has been appended. So this is what relative path means. Let's try to understand the absolute path and relative path concept with a simple example. So in our Angular application, in the home page, if I scroll down, we have this popular courses section. And in this section, we have this button, go to courses page. So what I want is when this button is clicked, we want to redirect the user to the courses page. For that, let's go ahead and let's use router link directive on this button element. Let's go to VS Code and let me open home component. So if I go to the HTML of this home component, here we have that section. And inside this section, in order to display all the popular courses, we are using another component called popular. So this app popular is the selector for that popular component. So from here, I'll go to this HTML file of popular component. And if I scroll down, here we have that button. Okay, so it says go to courses page. On this button, I'm going to use router link directive. But before that, let me move these things in a separate line so that it will be more readable. Okay, so on this button element, I'm going to use router link. As we learned, we can use this router link on any HTML element. And to that, I'm going to assign courses. Okay, so the path which we are assigning here is courses. So what we want is when this button is clicked, we want to redirect user to the courses page. Now here I have not used a slash before it. So in this case, this path will be appended to the currently active route. So when we are in the home page, the currently active route will be either the root URL or root URL slash home. So based on what is the currently active route, this courses will be appended to that. Let's actually see that. So let's go to the web page and currently we are in this route, root URL slash home. So this is the currently active route, right? And if I go ahead and if I try to click on this button, you will notice that this courses has been appended to that currently active route. The currently active route was root URL / home, and to that this courses have been appended. That's because here we have not used a slash, so in that case it will use relative path. It will append this path to the currently active route. In the same way, let me go ahead and let me type root URL instead of root URL / home. And in case of root URL also, the view of home component will be rendered. Right? If I scroll down, and now if I click on this go to courses button, currently the active route is this root URL. So now when I click on this go to courses page button, this courses path, this path, it will be appended to this route. So if I click on this button, you see that courses has been appended to this path. So this localhost colon 4200, it was the active link, and to that this courses has been appended. So this is how the relative path works. If I go to home page, and now if I try to click on this go to courses page button, the courses path will be appended to this URL, as you can see. So this is relative path. But if I go ahead and instead of simply saying courses, if I use / courses, in this case, it is going to use absolute path. So no matter what is the currently active route, this courses will always get appended to the root URL. Because here, since we have specified a slash, it is going to use absolute path. So this path will always get appended to the root URL. Let's actually see that. Let's go back to the web page. Let me go to home page. Okay. And now let me scroll down. And when I click on this go to courses page button, currently active route is this route, this URL. So since we are using absolute path now, since we have used a slash before this courses path, it is going to use the absolute path. In that case, this courses will be appended to root URL. The currently active route is root URL / home, but the courses path will be appended directly to this root URL. So if I click on this button, you'll see that courses have been appended directly to that root URL. It does not matter what was the currently active route. It will simply append the path to the root URL when we use absolute path. Okay. Now, one more thing you need to remember is that, so earlier here when we are defining the route in the header component, there we are simply using the relative path. Here for none of these paths we have used a slash. Right. Then how come when we click on these links, so let me go back. So this is the currently active route, root URL / courses. So when I click on this home link, since we are using the relative path here, in that case, this home should be appended to this currently active link. Right, that's what we have learned, because currently we are using the relative path. But when I click on this home link, instead of appending it to the root URL / courses, it has directly appended to the root URL. Now, why is that? So one thing which you need to remember here is that the relative path will be appended to currently active route only if that link is defined inside the currently active route. For example, this root URL / home is the currently active route. And in this home page itself, we have this go to courses page button. So for that, we have defined another router link. And in that, we are specifying the path as courses. So in case of a relative path, that courses will be appended to this URL, this currently active route, only if that router link is defined inside the currently active route. Here, for this button, we have defined the router link in the home page itself. So let me go to this popular component.html. So we are defining this router link in the home page itself. So that's why this path will be appended to root URL / home when we are trying to navigate from home page to courses page. But in here, even though we are using the relative path, these links are defined outside. For example, if I go to home page, so currently we are in the home page. When I click on this about link, the current active route is root URL / home. But when I click on this about link we have not created inside this home page. Right, it is outside of that home page. So that's why the path of this about link, it will not get appended to the currently active route, because this link, we are defining it outside of this currently active route. right? So that's why it will be appended to the root URL and not to the currently active route. Now we learned that when we use a slash before a path, it is going to use the absolute path. But keep in mind, instead of slash, if we use dot slash, in that case, it is going to use relative path. Okay, in that case, the path will be appended to the currently active route. So here, if I use slash, in that case, it will use absolute path. But if I say dot slash, in that case, it will use relative path. So in that case, this path will be appended to the currently active route. And let's quickly see that. So if I go to the web page and if I go to home page, and from there, if I try to go to the courses page, since we have used dot slash, it is going to use the relative path. And in case of a relative path, the path will be appended to currently active route. So it will be appended to this URL. If I click on this button, you see that courses have been appended to currently active route path. So let's go back and let's fix that. So I'll simply use slash here. Also, if we use two dot and a slash before the router link path, in that case, it will move one level up and then the path will be appended to the parent path. In this case also, it is going to use relative path, but since we have used two dot and a slash, it will move one level up in the URL path and then the path will be appended. So for example, let's say the currently active router link path is root URL slash book slash author. And then inside this author page, we are creating a link. In that link, we have this Stephen King. So basically based on this author name, we want to get all the books. And in the path for this router link, we have specified two dot and a slash and then Stephen King. So this path, this Stephen King, it will be appended after removing the parent path. So from the currently active router link path, since we have used two dot and a slash, the parent path will be removed. So this author will be removed and this path will be appended to root URL slash books, as you can see here. In the same way, if we use two dot and a slash, like we are doing here and here, in that case, it will move two level up and it will remove the last two paths. So from this URL, let's say this is the currently active route path. So from this URL, it will remove the last two paths. So author and books will be removed. And to that, this Stephen King will be appended. So it will be appended to this root URL. So it will look something like this. So I hope from this lecture, you have got a little bit understanding of how absolute path and relative path works when we define a router link path. And also what is the difference between absolute path and relative path. We have seen how to navigate between routes using router link directive in Angular. So we learned that router link is a directive which we use to bind any clickable HTML element to a route. And we have used router link on anchor element and the button element. And when the user clicks on that HTML element, the router will navigate to the associated route. So router link is a directive which we use in the view template to navigate between routes. Now in this lecture, you will learn how to navigate between routes programmatically. So in the last lecture, we added a router link directive on this button element. So if I go to VS Code, there inside this popular component, we have that button. And on that button, we are using this router link directive. And to that, we have assigned a path. So whenever this button will be clicked, the user will be redirected to this path. And here, since we are using a slash before the path, here it is going to use absolute path. That means this path will be appended to root URL. Now what I want is, instead of using this router link directive here on this button element, I want to write the redirection logic in the component class. So there, I want to redirect the user programmatically. For that, first of all, I will remove this router link directive from this button element. And on this button element, I am going to bind click event. And in order to bind an event, we need to wrap it within parentheses like this. And to this, I'm going to assign a method and I'll call it maybe navigate to courses. You can name this method anything. Now let me go ahead and let me create this method in the component class. So this view, it is for popular component. So let's go to the component class of that popular component. Okay. And in here, I'm going to create a method And inside this method, I'm going to write the logic to navigate the user to the courses component. Now, in order to work with routing inside this component class, we need an instance of router class inside this component class. For that, we are going to ask Angular to inject an instance of the router class inside this component class. And to do that, I am going to create a property. I'll simply call it as router. It is going to be of type router. And in order to use this router, we also need to import it from Angular/router. So let's go ahead and let's write that import statement. We want to import router from Angular/router. Okay. And here we want Angular to inject an instance of this router class. For that, from Angular/go, I am already importing this inject method. So I'm going to use that inject method, and there I will specify the type for which we need an instance. Here we need an instance of router class. Okay, so in this way, we will have an instance of this router class inside this router property. Now let's go ahead and let's access this router property. For that, we can say this dot router. And on this router, we are going to call a method called navigate. So using navigate method, we can navigate from one route to another route programmatically. And the navigate method takes an array as an argument. And in that array, we can specify route segments. For example, let's say using the navigate method, we want to navigate user to this URL. So in this URL, first we have this localhost colon 4200, which is the root URL. And then we have three segments. We have books, author, and 101. So in this case, the path will be /books/author/101. But when we are going to use the navigate method, there we need to specify each of these segments as an element of an array. So to this navigate method, here we are passing an array, and in that array, we are specifying these segments as an element of that array. So to this navigate method, we need to pass an array, and in that array, we can specify the URL segments as the element of that array. So here, let's go ahead and let's pass an array. Now here what we want is whenever this button in the web page is clicked, so this button is clicked, we want to navigate the user to root URL/courses page. So if I type root URL/courses, there we have all our courses. So we want to navigate the user to this URL. Now in this URL, we have only one route segment, which is this courses. So we are going to specify that inside this array. Okay. With this, let's save the changes. And now if you remember, from here, we have removed the RouterLink directive. So now when the navigation will work, it will be working because of this one line of code. Okay, so the navigation will take place by this navigate method. Let's go to the web page and let's see if it works or not. So let's go to home page. Let's scroll down, and from here, let's click on this go to courses page. And you will notice that we are successfully redirected to the courses page. And in the URL, you can see root URL/courses. So this navigate method, it is working as expected. Now we also have another method for navigation. So let me comment this line here, and let's look at that another method. So that method is, again, we are going to access it on this router object, and the method name is navigate by URL. So we use navigate by URL method also to navigate from one route to another route programmatically. And the navigate by URL method, it takes a string value as an argument. And that string value should contain all the route segments. For example, if we want to navigate user to this URL, in this URL we have the root URL/book/author/101. So in that case, when we use navigate by URL method, there we will have to specify this path, this /book/author/101 as one string value, like we are doing here. In here, when the user clicks on that button, we want to navigate the user to the courses path. So here I can simply specify a string value. In that I can say courses. And this navigate by URL method should also be navigating us to the courses page. So let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. Let's go to the home page, and from there, when I click on this go to courses page, it is taking us to the courses page. So it is working as expected. So you can use either navigate method or navigate by URL method. Now, one very important point to note here is that when we specify a path for navigate method or navigate by URL method, by default, that path is absolute path. So from our previous lecture, if you remember, we have learned that when we specify a slash before a path, in that case, that path is absolute path. If we don't specify a slash, in that case, that path is relative path. But in case of navigate method or navigate by URL method, by default, any path which we specify, that is an absolute path, even if we are not using a slash. And that's why here you see we have not specified a path. So if I go to the web page and if I go to the home page, the currently active path is this path, root URL slash home. So here, when I click on this button, if this path is the relative path, in that case, this path should be appended to this active URL, right? But that is not happening. When I click on this button, that courses is being appended to the root URL. That's because, as I mentioned, by default, the path which we pass to navigate method or navigate by URL method, that path is absolute path. That is not relative path. Now, what if we want to use relative path? Well, for that, we cannot use navigate by URL. So this is out of option, but we can use navigate method. And there also, by default, the path is absolute path. But in order to make this path a relative path, here we can specify an object, and in that object we need to set relative to property, and to that value we need to assign the currently active route. Now, in order to get the information about the currently active route, we need an instance of another class inside this popular component class, and that instance is activated route class instance. So for example, let's go ahead and let's create another property here. I'll call it active route. You can name this property anything. And this is going to be of type activated route. Okay, and in order to use this activated route, so this R should be caps. And in order to use this activated route, again, we need to import it from Angular/router. And here we want Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class. So let me go ahead and let me copy this class name and let's specify it here. Okay, so in this way, inside this property, we will have an instance of activated route class. And this activated route class, it simply provides us information about the currently active route. And that information we want in order to set the relative to property of this object. So here, let's specify the relative to property. And to that, we are going to assign this dot active route. So this active route, it is storing an instance of activated route. And that instance, it is going to store the information about the currently active route. So here we are telling navigate method that it has to append this path relative to this path. Okay, so now if I save the changes and if we go to the web page, now this courses will be a relative path. So if you go to the web page and let me go to home page. So this link, this URL, it is the currently active URL. So now when I click on this button, go to courses page button, this courses path, which we are passing to this navigate method, that will be appended to currently active route. That means in this case, that courses will be appended to this path. Let's actually see that. So when I click on this button, you will notice that that courses has been appended to that path. Okay, but we don't want that behavior. So let me go back and I will comment this navigate method. What you can also do is you can remove this object from here, but I'll simply keep it for your reference so that you can refer it later in the future. And I will uncomment this line. And as I mentioned, this navigate by URL, the path which we pass to this navigate by URL method, that is an absolute path by default. So if I save the changes and if we go to the web page, let's go to home page, and from there, let's click on this go to courses page button. And now it is properly taking us to the courses page. So that button is working as expected. In this lecture, let's try to understand how to work with route parameters in Angular. A route parameter is the dynamic part of the route whose value can change. And these parameters provides a way to pass extra information to a given route. So here you can see an example. Here we have a URL, we have a path. So it is root URL slash book slash author. And after that, we have the author name. So till root URL slash book slash author, everything is same. But after that, the value of the author name is changing. Now, how can we define a route for such paths where the value of one of the segments of the route can change? The answer is we use route parameters. Let's take another example. So here we have another URL. In this URL, this root URL slash books is constant, but after that, the book ID is changing. So the value of the book ID is dynamic. It can change. Again, in order to define a route for such a path, we need to use route parameters. Now, how do we use route parameters in Angular? Here you see, for this URL, localhost colon 4200 slash books slash, you see, this part will remain constant. Root URL slash books, it will remain constant. But after that, the value of book ID will change. For that, we can use a route parameter. And to use a route parameter, we specify a name for the parameter. Here I am calling it ID. And in order to tell Angular that it is a route parameter, we use a colon before it. In the same way, in the second URL, root URL slash book slash author, this part will remain constant. It will remain same. It will not change. But after this author, we need to specify a author name, and that author name can change. So instead of specifying a constant value there, we need to specify a route parameter to which the name of the author will be assigned. So I'm calling that route parameter as author. And in order to tell Angular that this author is a route parameter, we are using a colon before it. So this is how we specify a route parameter in Angular. We specify a variable name, and before that we use a colon to tell Angular that this is a route parameter. Let's try to understand route parameter with a practical example. So in our Angular application, if I go to this courses page, there we are displaying a list of courses which we are offering from our web application. Now for each course, you can see that we have a buy now button and we have the details button. Currently, these buttons are not working. But what we want is when the user clicks on this details button of any one of these courses, it should display the details of that course. And in the URL, the path should look something like this. So it should be courses slash course slash the ID of the course. For example, for this first course, the ID will be 1. So slash 1. And this should display the details of first course. If I say courses slash course slash 2, it should display the details of second course. If I say courses slash course slash 3, in that case, it should display the details of third course and so on. So here, this last part, this might change based on the course whose detail we want to display. Okay, so here we need to create a route. In that route, this path courses slash course will be constant. It will be same. But after that, this value can change. So here, the value of the course ID can change. So let's go ahead and let's define a route for that. Let's go to VS Code. And there, let's scroll down to the place where we are defining our routes. And in here, let's go ahead and let's define one more route. So here, let's specify the path. And the path is going to be courses slash course slash ID of the course. Now, as we learned, the ID of the course can change. So it is going to be a dynamic value. So we cannot specify a constant string here like ID. It will not work. In that case, the URL will be root URL slash courses slash course slash ID. But instead of ID, we want to have a numeric value in place of this ID. So here we are going to use a route parameter. And to use the route parameter, we use a colon. And then after that, we specify a name for the parameter. Here I'm going to call it as ID. And to this ID, we can assign a value dynamically. For example, if I say root URL slash courses slash course slash 3, this 3 will be assigned to this ID parameter. If I say root URL slash courses slash course slash 100, in that case this 100 will be assigned to that id route parameter. And if I say hello, in that case this hello will be assigned to that id route parameter. If I say true, in that case this true will be assigned to that id route parameter. So whatever value we will pass after this courses/course, that value will be assigned to this id route parameter. And in this way, we can also specify multiple route parameters. For example, currently I'm only specifying one route parameter, but if I want, I can go ahead and I can specify another route parameter, let's say name. So after the ID value, whatever value we will specify, that will be assigned to this name parameter. For example, if I say courses/course/100, this 100 will be assigned to the ID route parameter slash John. So this John will be assigned to the name route parameter. And these values will be assigned in the order in which we have defined the route parameter. So in this way, we can also specify multiple route parameters. But here we need only one. So let me go ahead and let me remove this. Okay, and let's also remove this extra slash from here. So here we have created a new route, and for that we have specified the path. Now for this route, which view do we want to render? When the user types this path in the address bar, in that case, we want to render the view of course detail component. So if I scroll up, here inside this courses folder, so this is our courses component. In there, we also have this course details component. And whenever the user types this path in the address bar, we want to display the view of course detail component. And currently there, we are hard coding all the course details. For example, the course name, course rating, course duration, author, and the course description. So currently these values are hard coded. And we are going to change it. We are going to display the dynamic value, and we will do that in a bit. Okay, so for now, we want to render the view of this course detail component whenever this path is typed in the address bar. So for that, here I'm going to use the component property, and to that I'm going to assign course detail component. So if we save the changes, if we go to the web page, and if I type root URL /courses/100, if I press enter, this 100 will be assigned to the ID parameter. Okay, and this URL, it will match this route path, this courses/course/ID. So here we are passing the value for the ID parameter. So it will match this route path. In that case, the view of course detail component will be rendered. And to prove that, let me go and let me press enter. And you see the details of course detail component has been rendered. Now currently it does not matter which value we pass for the ID route parameter. If I pass 1, then also we will see the same view. If I pass 1000, then also we will see the same view, because currently we are hard coding the values in this view. We are hard coding the course name, the course rating, course duration, and other things. So that's why we will always see the same view. But here just keep in mind that whatever value we are specifying here, for example 3, this value will be assigned to this ID route parameter, and this path, it will match this URL path, and in that case the view of course detail component has been rendered. Okay, now currently in the course detail component we are showing the static content, but now what we want is based on this course ID. So this ID which we are passing here, that is the course ID. So based on this course ID, we want to display the course details. For that, from this route is currently the active route. So from the currently active route, we need to read the ID value, and based on that, we want to display the course details. Let's see how we can achieve that. So for that, we need to go to course details component. So I will open course detail component.ts file. There we have our course detail component class. In there, I want to have two main properties. The first property will be the selected course. It is going to be of type course. So I have created a model called course. Okay. And I also want to have course ID property here, and it is going to be of type number. Then inside this course detail component class, we also want to have an instance of course service and also the activated route class. So for that, let's go and let's create two properties. First property, I will call it as course service. it is going to be of type course service. And in order to use this course service, we also need to import it from this file. And here I'm going to use inject method. And in order to use this inject method, again, we need to import it from Angular/co. And we want Angular to inject an instance of this course service class inside this course detail component class. In the same way, I'm going to create another property. I will call it active route. And here it is going to be of type activated route. And in order to use this activated route class, again, we need to import it from Angular/router. Okay. And again, we want Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class. So for that, to this inject method, I'm going to pass this class name. All right. Now I am going to use ng-on-init method. And in order to use this ng-on-init method, I'm also going to implement on-init interface. And in order to use this on-init interface, we also need to import it from Angular/co. Okay. Now inside this ng-on-init method, what we want is, we want to write the logic to read the value of the id route parameter. And to do that, we need the information about the currently active route. And we are going to get that information using the instance of this activated route class. So we are storing an instance of this activated route class inside this active route property. So here we can say this dot active route. So this active route instance, it is going to store the information about the currently active route. And we can get that information using the snapshot property. Okay. And from this snapshot property, we want to get the value stored in the id route parameter. So on this snapshot property, we can use a property called params. Okay. And after this params, we need to use square brackets like this. And in there, we need to specify the route parameter name whose value we want to read. Here, we want to read the value of id route parameter. So this expression here, it is going to return us the value stored in the id route parameter. And we want to assign that value to this course ID property. So here I'll say this dot course ID equals whatever value this expression will return. And just to check this expression here, it is going to return the current value of the ID route parameter. Let me go ahead and let me write a console.log statement. And I want to log this dot course ID because we are assigning the value which this expression will return to this course ID property. So let's go ahead and let's log that value in the console. Let's go to the web page. Let me open developer console here. So currently the route is courses/course/3. So this 3 has been logged here. That means this expression, it returned 3 and that 3 was assigned to this course ID. And when we are logging this course ID, it is logging 3. If I say 100 here and if I press enter, then in that case it should log 100. If I say 1000, in that case it should log 1000. So this expression here, it is properly returning us the current value of this id route parameter. But using this params, it is the old way of extracting a route parameter value. Nowadays, we don't use this params property. Instead, we have a new property called param map, and we should use that. So I will copy this line and I'll also comment it. And instead of using params property, on this snapshot property, we have another property called param map. And we should be using this param map property in order to read a route parameter value. And on this param map, we need to call get method to get the value of a route parameter. And to this get method, we need to pass the name of the route parameter whose value we want to read. Here, we want to read the value of id route parameter. Okay, now this get method is going to return a string value, as you can see. But this course ID, it is of type number. So we have specified its type as number. So we need to convert that string value to a number type before assigning it to this course ID. For that, I will simply use a plus before the string value, and it will convert the string value to its numeric type. With this, if we save the changes, it should still be working. So if I go back, you see, for this route, courses/course/1000, this 1000 will be assigned to the ID route parameter and its value has been logged. If I say 100, in that case, 100 has been logged. And if I say 1, in that case, 1 has been logged. So in this way also, we are getting the value of the ID route parameter. Now, based on that ID value, we are going to filter the course from this courses service. So if I go to this courses service, there we have this courses array, and in that array we have 8 courses. Each course has a unique ID. So based on the ID value which the user has passed for the ID route parameter, for example, let's say 1, based on that value, we want to filter the course. In this case, we want to filter this first course and we want to display its details in the course detail component. Let's see how we can do that. So let's go back and let's again go back to course detail component.ts, and there we are receiving the value of the ID route parameter inside this course ID property. And based on that value, we are going to filter a course from this courses array, which we are going to get from this courses service. And we are already injecting an instance of this courses service inside this course detail component class. And we are injecting that instance inside this course service property. So here, let me remove this console.log statement. And instead, let's say this dot course service dot inside this course service, we are going to have this courses array. From that courses array, we want to filter the first matching course whose ID matches the value of this course ID property. For that, I'm going to use find method. And to this find method, we need to pass a callback function. That callback function is going to receive the current course item. Let's call it X, or maybe let's call it course. And then we will say course.id equals this dot course ID. So basically what we want here is we want to find that course object from the courses array whose ID matches the value stored in this course ID property. So if the ID is 3, in that case, from this courses array, we want to filter that course whose ID matches course ID, which is 3. Okay, so this find method, it is going to return the first element which satisfies this criteria, and it is going to return that item to us. So that item, it is going to be a course object, right? Because inside this courses array, each object is a course object. So we are going to get a course object and we will assign it to this selected course property. So here let's say this dot selected course equals whatever course this find method will return. So in that way, here we have the selected course for which the user has clicked on the details button. Now we want to display the details of that course. So I will copy this property name. Let's go to course detail component.html. And here currently we are hard coding all these values, but now let's go ahead and let's use that property. So here I will use string interpolation syntax, and there I will say selected course dot title. Let's copy this, and here I want to display the ratings. Here I want to display the duration. Here I want to display the author name. Here I want to display the description. Okay, and the student reviews, I want to keep it as it is. I'm not going to change it, but I do want to change the price. So let me scroll a bit right, and here we are displaying the price. So here also I'll use the string interpolation syntax and I will display the price from the selected course. And finally, let's also go up and let's bind this src property of this image. And there I want to display the course image. So here I will say selected course dot image. Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. And here currently the course ID is 1. So for that, the details have been displayed. If I change it to 2, in that case, The course details for the course with ID 2 should be displayed. If I press enter, you see the course detail for the course with ID 2 has been displayed. If I say 5, in that case, the course details for the course with ID 5 should be displayed. If I say 8, in that case, the course details with the course ID 8 should be displayed. Okay, so we only have 8 courses in our courses array. So if I specify any other value other than 1 to 8, for example 10, in that case, we will not see any details, as you can see. But till 8, it is working as expected. So if I say 8, you see it is displaying the details of that course. Now, the only thing which is pending now is we need to add a router link on this details button of each course. So currently, if I click on these details button, nothing is happening, right? So let's go back to VS Code. Let's go to course component.html and let's scroll down. Here we have the details button. On this, I'm going to use router link directive. Okay, and we can use this router link directive as an attribute directive. And to this, I'm going to specify a path. So the path is going to be courses slash course slash the ID of the course. Now, how are we going to get the ID of the course? For that, if you notice here, we are looping over all courses. And for each iteration, we are going to have the course object inside this course variable. So I can simply say plus, okay, first of all, we need to wrap it like this because this value here, it should be a string value. After that, the value of the ID can change. So here I will say plus course dot ID. Okay, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. And there, let me click on the details button of any one of these courses. So I will click on the details button of the first course. And it says courses slash course slash 1. That's because, let me go back. So the currently active route is this route. And when I click on this details button, the path which we have specified is courses slash course slash the course ID. But here we have not specified a slash before this. So in that case, it is going to use relative path. And in case of relative path, this path will be appended to the currently active route. And we don't want that. We want this path to be appended to root URL. So here we are going to use absolute path. And for that, we need to use a slash before this. Let's save the changes again. Let's go back. And now when I click on this details button, the details of that course has been displayed. Let me go back to the courses page. Let me click on details button of this fourth course, this React course. So the details of that course is now being displayed. Let's go back again. Let me go to the details of this Python course. So you can see the details of that Python course here. Okay, so now these buttons are also working. So in this way, here, let's go to app module. So here we are specifying a route parameter. And whenever we type courses slash course slash some value, that value will be assigned to this ID route parameter. For example, if I click on this details button of second course, the path is courses slash course slash 2. So this courses slash course, it matches this path. And after that, we have 2. So that 2 will be assigned to this ID. Now, in order to read the value of the route parameter, we are using the snapshot property of activated route class. And from there, we can read the value of a route parameter using this params array or by using this param map. We can also use observables to read the value of a route parameter. And we are going to see that in our next lecture. So here, our application is working as expected and it is reading the value of this route parameter. And based on the value of that route parameter, we are able to display the content dynamically. In this case, we are able to display the details of a course dynamically based on the ID route parameter. In the last lecture, we learned how to retrieve the value of a route parameter using snapshot property. So in the last lecture, we used this param map property or the params property on the snapshot property in order to retrieve the value of a route parameter. In this example, we are retrieving the value of this ID route parameter from the currently active route. Now, this snapshot property, it only returns the initial value of the route parameter. For some reason, if the value of the route parameter changes, in that case, the snapshot property will not return the updated value. Let's try to understand this with an example. So here we are using the snapshot property, and on that snapshot property, we use this param map property to retrieve the value of a route parameter. In the same way, on this snapshot property, we can also use this params property to retrieve the value of a route parameter. Now, as we learned, when we use snapshot property, the snapshot property only returns the initial value of the route parameter. So if the value of the route parameter changes, in that case, the snapshot property will not return the updated value. So in the course detail component, if I scroll down, we have two more buttons. So here we have this previous course button and the next course button. So on this previous course and next course button, I'm going to add a router link, and to that router link, I'm going to assign a value. So here I'll wrap router link within square brackets so that I can assign TypeScript expression. So here I will specify a path. For that, I'll use single quotes like this, and in there I'll specify the path as /courses/course. And after that, I want to specify the ID of the previous course. Now, how we will get the ID of the previous course? So here we have the selected course property, and this selected course property will have an ID property. So to go to the previous course, we will simply subtract 1 from the current course ID, and we have that current course inside this selected course property. So here I'll simply say plus selected course dot ID minus 1. Okay, let me copy this same line, and again let's go ahead and let's specify a router link property on the next button. And again, I'm going to do property binding here, and in here I'll paste that value, and here I'll say +1 because now we want to go to the next course. So here we need to increment the value of ID. Okay, with this, if I save the changes, let's go to the web page, and here we have an error, and it says the type number is not assignable to type string. So basically this router link, it is expecting a string value, but for some reason it thinks that here we are trying to assign a numeric value to it. So let's go back and let's try to fix it. Maybe I'll wrap it within parentheses. Let's see in that case if it fixes the issue. Let's go back to the web page now. So now the issue is fixed. All right. Now let's go to courses page, and from there, let me open a new course. Maybe I'll open the details of this third course. So here you will see the ID for this third course is 3. Now, when I click on this next course button, in the URL, the ID should change to courses/course/4 because for the next course, the ID will be 4. So for the next button, we are adding 1 to the current course ID. And for the previous course, we are subtracting 1 from the current course ID, right? So when I click on this next course button, you see the ID has changed to 4. When I click on this previous course button, you will notice that the ID has changed to 2. So current course was 3. When we click on the next course button, it will add 1 to it. And when we click on this previous course button, it will subtract 1 from it. Now, the problem here is, you see, when I click on this next course, currently it is displaying the details of Node.js course. When I click on this next course, the ID has changed to 4, but the view has not changed. It is still displaying the details of Node.js course. When I click on this previous course button, then also the ID has changed to 2. So from 4, it should change to 3, but it has changed to 2 because the current course ID is 3. So from there, it has changed to 2, but the view has not changed. And this is the problem with the snapshot property. The problem here is the currently active route, it is changing, but snapshot property is not aware about this change. Now, why is that? This is not a bug. Let's try to understand what is happening. So let me again go back to the courses page. And from there, if I open the details of one of the courses, for example, let's say I open the details of Python course. For that, I'll click on this details button. Now, what it will do is it will create an instance of this course detail component. And in order to create the instance of this course detail component, its constructor will be called and all its input properties will be initialized. Here we don't have any input properties, but If we have any input properties, those will be initialized, and after that this ng on init lifecycle hook will get called. And we have learned that this ng on init lifecycle hook, it only gets called once when the component initially loads for the first time, right? So when the component will initially load for the first time, that time this ng on init lifecycle hook will be called. And inside this ng on init lifecycle hook, we are reading the course ID. So basically we are using this snapshot property to read the value of the id route parameter. And we are assigning that value to this course ID property. And based on that course ID, we are selecting a course and displaying its details in the web page. Now, this ng on init lifecycle hook, it will only get called once. So let me go to the details of one of these courses. So when we click on this next course or previous course, the route has changed. But this ng on init, it will not get called again. And since it will not get called again, we are not going to read the value of this id route parameter again. So the value of this id route parameter has changed, but since this ng on init lifecycle hook, it will not get called again, we are not going to read the latest value of this id route parameter. So this course id, it is still having the previous value. And based on that course id, we are selecting the course. So the selected course also contains the previous course. And the details of that course is being displayed in the web page. I hope you got the point here. And this is what I meant when I said that when we use this snapshot property, it might not have the latest value of the activated route. Now, what is the solution here? The solution is, instead of using this snapshot property, we can use an observable. So what we can do is, let me comment this line. And what we will do is, instead of using the snapshot property, we will use an observable. And again, in order to use the observable, we need an instance of this activated route class. And we are storing that instance inside this active route property. So here I can say this dot active route dot, and on this we have two observables. First we have params, so we can use that. So this params is also going to return us an observable. We can go ahead and we can subscribe to that observable, and to this subscribe method we can pass a callback function, and this callback function will be called whenever this params observable is going to return a new value. And we are going to receive that new value as a parameter. So I'll simply call it as data. So now, since we are using this params observable on this active route, what will happen is whenever the currently active route will change, this params observable, it is going to emit that updated route value. And we are going to receive that updated route value inside this data parameter. And every time this params observable returns some value, this callback function will be called. Okay, so from this data, we can retrieve the value of the id route parameter. For that, all we have to do is we have to say data of id. Okay, and it is going to return us the value of the id route parameter. Let's convert it to number type, and then let's go ahead and let's assign it back to course id. So here we'll say this dot course id equals the value of the id route parameter. And once we have the value of the id route parameter, we have assigned it to this course id property, and based on that course id, we want to get the selected course. So I'll cut this line from here and I'll paste it inside this callback function. So remember that every time the currently active route value will change, this params observable, it is going to emit that updated value. We are going to receive that updated value inside this data parameter. You can call this parameter anything, but in this parameter, we are going to receive the updated route value. And from that route value, we are reading the value of the id route parameter. We are assigning it to this course id property. And based on that, we are selecting the course. So now if I go back to the web page, let's go to courses page first. From there, I will go to this third course. So I'll click on the details of this third course. Okay, so it is Node.js course. Now, when I click on this next course, the ID has changed to 4. And you will notice that the course has also changed. So now it is React course. If I click on the next course again the ID has changed. and now it is showing the details of ASP.NET course. So every time this active route will change, this params observable, it is going to emit that active route. We are going to receive that active route inside this data parameter, and from there we can read the value of this ID route parameter. I hope you got the point. In the same way, instead of using this params observable, we have another observable called params map. So we can also use that. Let me copy this line and I'll also comment it, and let me paste it down here. And here, now instead of using this params observable, we are going to use param map, and we are subscribing to that observable. Now when we use param map, everything will remain same. The only thing which will change is, in order to read the value of a route parameter on this data, so this data, it is going to store the currently active route. So in order to read the value of a route parameter from the currently active route, we need to use get method. And to that get method, we need to pass the name of the route parameter whose value we want to read. So it should be something like this. And if I save the changes, it should still be working. If I go back to the web page, let me go to courses page. Let's open the details of maybe this Vue.js course. Okay, so currently it is displaying the details of Vue.js. Let me click on this previous course. So the ID for the current course is 6. When I click on this previous course, it should display the course detail of that course whose ID is 5. In this case, it is ASP.NET Core. Again, if I click on this previous button, it should display the details of React course. So now the view is also changing whenever the value of the route parameter changes, whenever this currently active route changes. So by subscribing to the param map observable or to param observable, we will get a notification when the value of the currently active route changes. And hence, we can retrieve the latest value of the route parameter and update the component accordingly. Now in here, since we are subscribing to an observable, it's always a good practice to unsubscribe from that observable when we don't need it. Now behind the scenes, it will be taken care by Angular. So Angular will unsubscribe us from an observable if we are not unsubscribing explicitly, but it's always a good practice to unsubscribe from an observable explicitly. And in this case, we can unsubscribe from this observable, this param map observable, before this component gets destroyed. So we can write that logic inside the ng on destroy lifecycle hook. So for that, first of all, what I will do is I'll create a property here. I'll call it param map obs. You can name this property anything. Let me make this O in capital. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, we know that this param map, it is going to return us an observable. So I'm going to assign that observable to this param map obs property. So here I will say this dot param map obs equals whatever observable this param map will return. Now let's go ahead and let's create this ng on destroy lifecycle hook. And to use this ng on destroy lifecycle hook, we are also going to implement it. So here we are already implementing on init interface. Let's also implement on destroy interface. Okay, and in there, let's go ahead and let's unsubscribe to this observable. So for that, we can simply say this dot param map obs dot unsubscribe. And that's it. Now, just keep in mind that we can still use this params observable, but it is deprecated. So it is always recommended to use param map property in order to read the value of route parameters. In this lecture, we will learn what is a query string in a route, how to specify a query string for a route in Angular, and how to retrieve the query string values in Angular. Query strings are the optional data that we can pass to a component through a route. And these query strings are added at the end of the URL separated by a question mark. So for example, in this first URL, you see we have this URL root URL slash book slash author. After that, we have a question mark. And after the question mark, we are specifying a query string. In this case, the key for the query string is name and the value for that query string is Stephen King. In the same way, we have another URL, root URL /product/product. After that, we are using a question mark. And after that question mark, we are specifying two query strings. The ID query string with the value 12345 and the name query string with the value iPhone. So in order to specify a query string in a route, after the route, we specify a question mark and then we specify the query strings as a key value pair. And we can separate one or more query strings using this AND. Let's try to understand how we can work with query string in Angular. Here we have our Angular application. Now here I will go to this courses link and in there we are displaying all the courses. Now what I want is when a user specify a query string for this courses route, so after the courses route, the user can specify a question mark and then he can specify a query string. For example, here we are going to specify the query string as search. And to this we need to assign a value. Here I will assign JavaScript. So based on this search query string and its value, we want to filter all the courses from this course list. So for example, the value for this search query string is JavaScript. So we want to filter all the courses whose name contains JavaScript in it. For that, what we need to do is we need to read the value of search query string. Let's see how we can do that. So for that, we need to go to the courses component because here the route is root URL /courses. Okay, and after that we have this query string, but keep in mind that query string is not a part of route. The route here is root URL /courses. And for this route, if you remember, let's go to app-module.ts. So for that route, for root URL /courses, we are displaying the view of courses component. So here, let's open courses component. Before that, I'll close this course detail component. And let's go to courses component. So here we have our courses component.ts. In there, I'm going to write ng on init lifecycle hook. And since we are using this ng on init lifecycle hook here, I'm also going to implement on init interface for this courses component class. For that, we can use this implements keyword and we want to implement on init interface. And in order to use this on init interface, we also need to import it from angular/go. All right. And here the name of the lifecycle hook is ng on init with is caps. All right. Now inside this ng on init lifecycle hook, I am going to write the logic to read the value of query string. Here we want to read the value of search query string. So in the web page, we are specifying the query string as search. So we want to read the value of this search query string. For that, let's go back to VS Code. And again, in order to read the value from a route, we need an instance of activated route class because the activated route class instance will contain the information about the currently active route. So here we want Angular to inject an instance of activated route class. For that, first I will create a property. I'll call it active route. You can name it anything. The type here is going to be activated route. And in order to use this activated route, we also need to import it from Angular/router. So let's write that import statement. Okay. Now we want Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class inside this courses component class. For that, I'm going to use inject method to ask Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class. So to this inject method, we will pass the type name, which in this case is activated route. So in this way, inside this property, we will have an instance of activated route class. Now let's access this activated route instance inside this ng on init. For that, let's say this dot active route dot, and again on this we have the snapshot property. And on this snapshot property, we have query param property. And to this query param property, we need to pass the name of the query string. In this case, the name of the query string is going to be search. So this line here, it will return us the value of search query string from the route. Now we can go ahead and we can store it in a variable. But here, instead of storing it in a variable, I'm going to create a property. I'll call it search string. It is going to be of type string, and here let's say this dot search string equals whatever value this search query string is storing. And let's also go ahead and let's log it in the console. So here I want to log this dot search string. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. Let me open developer console. Let me clear developer console here. And now let me go ahead and let me make a new request to this URL. So if I press enter, you see JavaScript has been logged because the value of search here is JavaScript. If I say Angular, and again if I make a new request, in that case Angular has been logged. But if I specify nothing here, so for example if I specify empty string and if I press enter, in that case you can see an empty string has been logged here. And if I specify nothing, so if I don't specify any query string here, and if I press enter, then the value for that search query string is undefined. Now what I want is when the user specifies this search query string with some value, let's say JavaScript, in that case we want to filter all the courses whose name contains JavaScript in it. For that, let's go back to VS Code, and there I will move this line. So here I have created this all courses property. So it is going to contain all the courses. Now, instead of initializing it here, what I will do is here I will write an if statement, and there I will check if this dot search string, let me copy this, if it is equal to undefined or if it is equal to empty string. So I'll say this dot search string, if it is equal to empty string, in that case we want to display all the courses. So for that I will search this dot all courses to this dot course service dot courses. Let me cut it from here, and here I will not initialize it. Instead I will initialize it here. Otherwise, if this search string has some value, so let's also write this else condition. In that case, what we want to do is we want to set this dot all courses equals, and we want to filter those courses from this courses array whose name contains JavaScript in it. So let me copy this line. So this is going to return us all the courses. From that courses, we want to filter those courses whose name contains the value of the search string. So here I'll say x such that x dot title dot includes, and then we are going to pass the value stored in this search string property. So here we will say this dot search string. Okay, and this filter method, it is going to return an array with all the filtered courses with the given search string, and we are assigning it back to this all courses. Let's see if this works or not. So let's save the changes here. Let's go back to the web page, and here let me go ahead and let me make a new request with this search value as JavaScript. If I press enter, you see it is displaying nothing here. It is not displaying any courses. That's because this JavaScript has everything in lowercase, but in the course name we have J in caps and S in caps. So before doing the comparison, what we will also do is we'll say title dot to lowercase, and then this search string also we will convert it to lowercase before comparing. Okay, and let me move these things in a separate line so that it will be more visible. All right, with this, let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. And now you will notice that the course with this name JavaScript is displayed here. If I say Angular and if I press enter, then only those courses whose name contains Angular in it that has been displayed here. But if I specify nothing, in that case, it should display all the courses as you can see. And if I don't specify any query string, simply type root URL /courses, in that case also it should display all the courses. Okay, so in this way, using this snapshot property and on that query params, we can read the value of a query parameter. Now, instead of query params, we can also use query param map. So let's also see that. Let me copy this line and I will comment it. And now instead of using query params, we will use query param map. And since we are using map, in order to get the value from this map, we need to use get method. And to that get method, we need to pass the query string name. Here, the name of the query string is search. Okay, so this should also work. Let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. And here, if I type courses only, it is not displaying anything. Let's open developer console. So you see in this case, when we are using query param map, in that case, when we are not specifying the query string, in that case, instead of returning undefined, it is returning null. But in case of query params, it returned undefined. So here, instead of checking undefined, we need to check null. But what we will do is we will write another OR statement. So here I'll say OR, and let me copy this condition and let's paste it here. And here we will also check for null. Okay, with this, let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. And now it is displaying all the courses when we are not setting any query parameter. But if I say courses and then after that, if I specify the search query string, if I don't specify any value for the search query string, in that case, it will be empty string. So in that case also, it should show all the courses. But if I say, let's say React, and if I press enter, it should display only those courses whose name contains React in it. So in this way, we can read the value of a query parameter using query param map or query params on this snapshot property. All right, now here we are reading the value. But what we also want is, if I go to home page, and here we have this search box. So what I want is when the user enters something inside this search box, let's say JavaScript, and when he clicks on this search course button, we want to redirect the user to the courses page. And based on the text which the user has entered inside this text box, we want to filter the courses and display it. For that, what we are going to do is, let's go to the place where we are displaying this search box. And we are displaying this search box in the home component. So let me expand home component. In there, we have this banner component. And in that banner component, we have that button. So here what we want is when this button is clicked, we want to redirect user to the courses page. And in that route, in that courses route, we want to add a query string. Now, how can we add a query string? Let's see that. For that, on this button element, I'm going to add RouterLink directive. And here I'm going to bind this RouterLink directive. And here, when the user clicks on this button, I want to redirect the user to /courses page. And with this route, I also want to append some query string. So here I'll say question mark, and then I'll specify this search query string equal to, and then to this search query string, we want to assign the value which the user has typed inside this input element. For that, on this input element, I'm going to add a template reference variable. I'll simply call it search where, you can call it anything. And from this search where template reference variable, we are going to get the value which the user has entered inside this search box. So here after this, I'll use a plus because here I want to concatenate two strings, and I'll use a set of parentheses, and inside that I'll say search where. It is going to store this input element. There we are going to have a target property, and on that target property we will have a value property, and this should give us the value which the user has typed inside the search text box. Let's see if this works. Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page, and here we have an error, and it says searchware.target.value does not exist on the input element. That's because it should not be target.value but simply template reference variable name dot value, because this variable, it is going to store a reference of this input element, and on that input element we can directly call the value property. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. So we don't have any error. And now you can see JavaScript course has been filtered. If I say Angular here, and if I press enter, it should filter the Angular course. Okay, let me go back to home page. Here, let me type JavaScript and let me click on this search button. So when I click on that search button, it is not displaying the value properly because if you see, the URL is not correct. So after the courses, we should have a question mark, then the search query string equal to, and then the value. But this route here, it is not proper. Because of that only we are getting this 404 page not found. Now why is that? That's because the way we are specifying the query parameter here, that is not correct. So we cannot specify a query parameter using this router link. Using this router link, we can only specify the route. And the route is going to be root URL/courses. So let's remove this query parameter from here because this is not the way in which we should be specifying the query parameter. Now, in order to specify the query parameter for this route, we need to use another directive called as query params. Okay, and this query params, it is also an attribute directive. So let's wrap it within square brackets. And to that, we need to assign an object. And in that object, we can specify the query parameters as a key value pair. So here we only want one query parameter called search. And to that, we want to assign the value which the user has typed inside this search input box. So to get that value, we can say search var dot value. Again, in order to specify the query parameter, we use this query params directive. To that, we assign an object, and in that object, we specify the query string name and its value. Here, we are reading the value from the search input box. Now, if you want to specify another query parameter, all you have to do is you have to use a comma, you have to specify a key, for example, name, and then you have to specify a value, for example, John. Okay, so you can specify multiple query strings separated by comma inside this object. But here we need only one query string. So I'm only going to specify this search query string. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. Let's go to home page. And now let me type JavaScript. And if I click on this search button, we are redirected to this courses page. But there you will notice that for this search string, we don't have any value. It is empty string. And because of that, it is showing all the courses here. But if I go ahead and if I specify a value, for example, JavaScript, so here I'm hard coding the value. If I save the changes, if I go back to the web page, let's go to home page. Here, if I don't type anything, anyway, the query string will be JavaScript, right? So when I click on this search course button, you see the query string value is JavaScript, and based on that, we have the filtered course here. But for some reason, when I'm using template reference variable dot value, it is returning us empty string. So what we will do is, instead of specifying this query parameter here, we will specify the query parameter in the TypeScript class. And that is also possible. So we can specify the query parameter in the template using this query params directive. And we can also specify the query parameter in the component class. Let's see how we can do that. So let me remove this line from here. And instead of writing it like this, what we will do is, here we will bind click event on this button. And when this click event happens, we want to call a method maybe on search clicked. And to this method, we will pass the value which the user has entered inside this search input element. For that, here again, we are going to use this template reference variable. And on that, we are going to call value property. Now let's go to the component class of this banner component. And in there, let's go ahead and let's create a method. And we are calling that method on search clicked. And this method, we know that it is going to receive a value. So I'll simply call it as value. It is going to be of type string. And then I'll first try to log this value just to see what we are getting. So here I'll log this value parameter. Let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. Let's go to home page. Let me open developer console here and let me clear everything. Let me type JavaScript, and let's click on this search button. So you see JavaScript has been logged, and after that null has been logged. So this null, it is being logged from courses component. So there also we have added one console.log statement, so it is being logged from there. Okay, so in this way we are getting the value. Now what we want is, instead of logging the value in the developer console, we want to redirect the user to the courses page with some query string attached to it. For that, we are going to use navigate method of the router class. And to do that, first we need an instance of the router class. So again, here I'll create a property. I'll call it router. It is going to be of type router. And in order to use this router, we need to import it from Angular/router. Okay. And here we want Angular to inject an instance of router class. And again, in order to use this inject method, we also need to import it from Angular/co. And here we want Angular to inject an instance of this router class. And once we have an instance of this router class, what we can do is on that router. So first of all, we need to access that router using this keyword. And on that, we can call navigate method. And to that navigate method, first we need to specify the route. So route here is going to be /courses. Okay. And then we also need to specify the query parameters. So the first argument of this navigate method is an array where we specify the route. And the second argument is an object. And inside that object, we can specify a property called query params. And to that, we can assign an object. And in that object, we can specify all the query strings. So here we want a search query string. And to this, we want to assign this value. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. Let's go to home page. Here, let's type JavaScript. And let's click on this search course button. And now you will notice that based on the query string, it has filtered the course. Let me close this developer console here. Let's go back to home page again. So when I don't specify anything here and click on this search course, in that case, all the courses are being displayed and the search query string is empty. If I specify some value, for example, Angular, and if I click on this search course, in that case, based on the search string, it is filtering the course and it is displaying it. So this is how we can pass some query string to a route. We have seen how to do that programmatically using this navigate method. And we also saw how we can do it in the view template using query param directive. Now, in the course component, again, in order to read the value of the query parameter, we are using this snapshot property. But the snapshot property will not get updated if the value of the query string changes from within the component. So as we learned in the last lecture, this ng on init lifecycle hook, it will only get called once. So when this will be called, this search string will be set with the initial value which we have passed for the search query string. After that, from within the component, if we change the value of this query parameter, it will not get reflected inside this snapshot property. For example, let's go to courses component.html file. And in there, what I will do is I will add a link. So after we have displayed all the courses, after that, I'll go ahead and I'll add a link. And here I'll simply say show JavaScript courses. Okay, and on this, I'm going to add a router link. So it is going to be /courses. And I'm also going to add query params. To this, I'm going to assign an object. In that object, I'm going to specify a search query string. And the value here I'll specify as JavaScript. So when this link will be clicked, we want to show all the JavaScript courses. Okay, if I save the changes, let's go to the web page. So we should have a link here, show JavaScript courses. So let me first go to this home page. There, I will search for React. I'll click on this search courses button. Okay, so in the URL, you can see that the query string value is React. The query string is search and its value is React. Now, when I click on this show JavaScript courses, the value of this search query string should change to JavaScript and it should display the JavaScript course here. Let's see if that's the case. So when I click on this show JavaScript courses, you will notice that in the URL, the value of search query string has changed to JavaScript. But we are not seeing the JavaScript course here. Why is that? That's because, again, since we have written this logic inside this ng on init lifecycle hook, this method will get called only once. And at that time, the snapshot property will read the value of search query string and it will assign it to this search string property. But when we are clicking on this link, it has changed the query string in the route. But it is not going to call this ng on init lifecycle hook again. Because here we are not creating a new component. We have the same instance of the courses component. And this ng on init was called when that component was first initialized. After that, even though the value of the route has changed, in there the value of query string has changed, the component is not reinitialized. Right? So this ng on init will not get called again. And because of that, the value of the search string will still remain React because that's the value which we passed initially. So it will not change. Now, in order to overcome this problem, instead of using the snapshot property, what we can do is we can use an observable. So here I will comment these two lines and now we are going to use an observable. And to use the observable again, first we need to access the currently active route and we have that inside this active route instance. On that we can call two properties, either query param map or query params. But I'm going to use query param map here because that is the latest feature which we can use in order to read the value of a query parameter. Query params, it is deprecated in the previous versions of Angular, but it still can be used. So let me show you both the ways. So first, let's try with query params, and then we will see query param map. And since it is an observable, we can subscribe to it. And to this subscribe method, we need to pass a callback function. And this callback function will be called whenever this observable is going to emit a new data. So basically this query params observable, it is going to emit the currently active route whenever the route value will change. And we are going to get that value inside the parameter of this callback function. So I'll simply call it as data. Now in order to read the value of the query param, all we have to say is data of and the name of the query string. So the name of the query string is search. And we can go ahead and we can assign it to search string property. And then we will have to write all these logic inside this callback function because this callback function will be called every time the value of the query string changes. And every time the value of the query string changes, we want to check its value if it is undefined or if it is empty string or if it is null. We will show all the courses. Otherwise, we will filter the courses based on the new query string value and then we will display it. So now if we save the changes, let's go back to the web page. Let me go to home page. From there, let me search for React. So it is showing the React course. Now when I click on this show JavaScript course, you will notice that the query string value will change here and based on that, the JavaScript course will be displayed, as you can see. In the same way, as I mentioned, this query params observable, it is deprecated in the older versions of Angular. So instead of using query params, we can use query param map. It is going to work in the same way. The only thing which we need to change here is that in order to get data from this query param map observable, since it is a map, we need to use get method here. So on this data, we can use get method. And to that, we need to pass the name of the query string for which we want to get the value, like this. And everything else will remain same. Let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. Let me again go back to home page. There I will search for node. So it is showing the Node.js course here. It has filtered it and it is displaying it. Now when I say show JavaScript courses, Currently, the value for the search query string is node. When I click on this link, it should change the search query string value to JavaScript and it should display the JavaScript course here. Okay, so this is also working. So out of query param map observable and query params observable, we should always use query param map observable because this is the new feature in Angular. Query params observable is deprecated in older versions of Angular. So in this lecture, we learned what is a query string, how to pass a query string in a route from the view template as well as from our component class. And we also learned how to retrieve the value of a query string. Now, in the last lecture, we also learned about route parameters. So what is the difference between a route parameter and a query string? Route parameters are required and it is used by Angular router to determine the route. And they are part of route definition. If I go to appmodule.ts, here for this route, we are specifying a route parameter. So this route parameter, it is a part of route definition and it is required. If we don't specify the value for this ID route parameter, in that case, the route will not work. But query parameters are optional. If the query parameter is missing in the URL, then it will not stop Angular from navigating to the route. And we saw that. Here, if I don't specify this query parameter, and if I press enter, we are still navigated to this courses route. If I specify the query parameter, for example, search equals something, maybe node, and if I press enter, then also it is working. But if we don't specify this query parameter, then also the route is working. But if we don't specify a route parameter, for example, if I say /courses/course, and if I don't specify the value for the ID route parameter, and if I press enter, you see we are redirected to 404 page. So that route parameter value, it is required. When we specify the value for the route parameter, based on that, it is going to display the result. So route parameters are required, but query parameters are optional. Query parameters, we also call it as query strings, they are just optional data which we pass through a route. If the query parameter is missing in the URL, then it will not stop Angular from navigating to the route because it is just some optional data which we pass with the route. In the last couple of lectures, we learned about route parameters and query strings. Now in this lecture, let's learn what is a fragment in routes and how to use them in Angular. A fragment in a route is nothing but a link which jumps to a section or a content in the HTML page which contains the ID mentioned in the fragment. And a fragment comes after a pound sign. So in this URL, this services, it is a fragment. So here the route is root URL/home. After that, we are specifying a fragment called services. And to specify this fragment, first we are using a pound sign and then we are specifying the fragment name. So when this URL will be typed in the address bar, this URL will take us to the services section of the home page. Let's understand fragments with an example. So in this Angular application, currently we are in the home page. And in the home page, we have several sections. For example, first of all, we have this banner section where we are displaying this search box. After this, we have this popular courses section where we are displaying all the popular courses. So basically all those courses whose rating is greater than or equal to 4.5. Then here we have our testimony section. Here we have our services section. And here we have contact us section. Okay, now if I scroll up, in the header, you will also notice that we have some links called search, popular, testimony, services, and contact. So what we want is when this search link is clicked, we want to display this banner section. When this popular link is clicked, we want to scroll down to this popular courses section. In the same way, when this testimony is clicked, we want to scroll down to this testimony section. When this services is clicked, we want to scroll down to this services section. And in the same way, when this contact link is clicked, we want to scroll down to this contact section. And all these sections are present in the home page. So if I go to home component in our application, let me close all these components here. We don't need it for now. So here we have our home component. In this home component, let's go to HTML file of this home component. So you will notice that we have different sections here. We have a section called search. So basically we have a section with this ID search. We have a section with ID courses. We have a section with ID testimony. We have a section with ID services, and we have a section with ID contact. So based on the link clicked in the top header section, we want to scroll to one of these sections. For that, we can use fragments. Now in each of these sections, we are using a child component. For example, in the first section, we are using this banner component. In the second section, we are using this popular component. In the same way here, we are using this testimony component. Here we are using this services component, and here we are using this contact us component. Now I'm not going to go into the details of these components and show you the HTML file. These components contains a very simple HTML content. So I'm not going to spend time on that. Here, what we simply want is based on the fragment value, we want to display one of these sections. All right. For that, let's go to the header component. So here we have our header component. Let's go to header component.html and let's scroll a little bit up. And here we have all those links. Now here, instead of using href, I'm going to use RouterLink. And to that, let's say the route should be home. So the path should be home. And I'm going to specify the same router link for each of these links. So here, instead of href, I'll use router link. And for each router link, we are specifying the path as home. Now, what we are also going to do is, apart from this router link directive, we are going to use another directive called fragment. And to this, we need to assign some value. Now, what value do we need to assign? So what I want is, when this search link is clicked, I want to display this section. So for that, for the fragment, I'm going to pass this value, this ID value. In the same way, let me go ahead and let me use this fragment directive on each of these links, and then I will change its value. Now, when this popular link is clicked, I want to display this courses section. So here I will copy this ID, this courses, and I'll specify it here. In the same way, when this testimony link is clicked, I want to show this section. So for that, I'll copy this ID and I'll paste it here. Then when the services link is clicked, I want to display this section where the ID is services. So I'll copy that ID and I'll paste it here, actually here. And finally, when this contact link is clicked, I want to display this section. So I'll copy this ID and actually it should be ID here. So I'll copy this ID and I'll specify it here. All right, so this is the first step. Here we are specifying some fragment for these links. Now, if we save the changes and if we go to the web page, and currently the URL is localhost colon 4200. Now, let me click on one of these links. So when I click on this search link, you will notice that /home pound and then the fragment value has been displayed here. If I click on this popular link, in that case, home pound and then the fragment name has been displayed here. If I click on testimony, then that has been displayed here. If I click on services, in that case, that fragment has been displayed here. And finally, if I click on this contact link, then that fragment has been displayed here. And these fragments are appended to root URL /home. So this root URL /home, it is the route. And to that route, we are appending some fragments. So this is the first step. Now the second step is to read these fragments. Now here, the route is root URL /home. So when the route is root URL /home, it is going to render this home component. So we are going to read the value of these fragments in the TypeScript class of home component. So let's go to home component.ts file. Inside that, the first thing which we are going to do is we are going to implement ng onInit lifecycle hook. And in order to use this ng onInit lifecycle hook, I'm also going to implement onInit interface. And in order to use this onInit interface, we need to import it from Angular/Go. Okay. Now, inside this ng on init, we are going to write the logic to read the value of the fragment. Now, where do we have the fragment? It is in the URL. It is in the route. So first of all, we need to get access to the activated route. And from there, we can read the value of the fragment. Now, in order to get access to the activated route, inside this home component class, we need an instance of activated route class. So here I'm going to create a property. I'll call it active route. You can name it anything. And this is going to be of type activated route. So as we have learned earlier, this activated route class, it stores the information about the currently active route. Now, in order to use this activated route, we also need to import it from Angular/router. Okay. Now what we want here, we want Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class. And we want to store that instance inside this active route property. And to tell Angular that it has to inject an instance of this activated route class, we can use this inject function. And to this inject function, we can specify the type for which we need an instance. Here, we need an instance of activated route class. So in this way, Angular will inject an instance of this activated route class inside this active route property. Now let's go ahead and let's access this active route property. So here, let's say this dot active route. And from this active route, we want to read the fragment value. For that, on this active route, we can use a property called fragment. Now this fragment here, it is going to return us an observable, as you can see. And we are going to subscribe to that observable. And to this subscribe method, we need to pass a callback function. And this callback function will be called every time the value of the fragment changes. And we will receive that value as the parameter to this callback function. I'm simply going to call it as data. And for now, let's simply go ahead and let's log this data. Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. Let me open developer console here. Let's clear everything. So when I click on this search, you will notice that search has been logged. So this is the fragment value. When I click on popular, you will see courses has been logged. So this is the fragment value. Let me actually show you that because it is a little bit confusing. So let's go to home component.html. There you will notice that for this popular link, we have specified the fragment as courses. That's why when I clicked on this popular link, it is logging courses as the fragment value. When I click on testimony, the fragment value testimony has been logged. When I click on services, that fragment value has been logged. So it is reading the fragment value from here and it is logging it. When I click on this contact link, the fragment value is contact. So that has been read and it has been logged here. So in this way, we are able to read the fragment value using this fragment property. This fragment here, it is an observable. So every time the fragment value in the URL will change, it is going to emit that value. And when it is going to emit that value, this callback function will be called. And inside that callback function, we are simply logging the new fragment value. But instead of logging it, we want to use it. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new method. We will call it maybe jump to section. And this method is going to receive the section value, the fragment value. So here I'm simply going to call it as section. And now inside this method, we are going to write the logic to scroll to a specific section. For that, we are going to write some JavaScript code. We can say document dot get element by ID. And we are going to receive the ID inside this section parameter. Because if you remember, when we have specified these fragment values, these are basically the ID for these sections, right? So the fragment value which we are receiving, it is an ID for a given section. And we are going to utilize that. So here, this section, it is basically going to store the fragment value, and that fragment value is matching the ID of one of the sections in the home page. So we are going to pass that section as an ID to this get element by ID method. And on this, I'm going to call a method scroll into view. There we can pass an object, and inside this object we can specify a property called behavior. And here the value for this behavior I'm going to set it as smooth. And now all we have to do is we have to call this jump to section method from within this callback function. So whenever the value of this fragment will change, since it is an observable, it is going to emit that value, and we are going to receive that value inside this data parameter. And each time the fragment value will change, this callback function will be executed. And each time this callback function is executed, we want to call this jump to section method. So here, let's go ahead and let's call this method. Let's say this dot jump to section. And to this method, we are going to pass this data. This data, it is going to store the fragment value. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page and let's see if our implementation works. So let me first go to home page. So I'll simply type root URL/home. So we are in the home page. When I click on this contact link, you see we are scrolled down to this contact section. Let's scroll up. When I click on this services link, we will scroll down to services section. Let's scroll up again. If I click on this popular link, we will scroll down to the popular courses section. And when I click on this, let's say testimony link, we will scroll down to testimony section. And when I click on this search link, we are already in that section. So you see, still we have scrolled a little bit down here in the search section. So this is what fragment is. A fragment allows us to jump to a section or a content in the HTML page. To specify a fragment for a route, we use this fragment directive, and to that we assign a string value. And in order to read a fragment value, we use this fragment observable. We need to subscribe to this fragment observable. In this lecture, we will learn what is a child route and how to create and use a child route in Angular. A child route is also called as nested route. In simple terms, we can say that child route is a route within another route. So in this lecture, let's learn how to create a child route and display the child components. In our Angular application, if I go to this courses page, there we are displaying a list of courses. And when I click on the detail button of any one of these courses, for example, if I click on this detail button of this Node.js course, it will display the details of that course. And in the URL, you will see that the route is courses/course/the ID of the course. Now, if I go back to VS Code, for that path, we are defining a route here. So here, the route is courses/course/the ID of that course. For that, we are using this ID route parameter. And whenever this path is typed, we are displaying the view of course detail component. Now, if you notice, we already have a route for this courses path. And then we are also creating a new route for courses/course/ID path. So what we can do is, instead of defining this path like this, here we can create a child route. So let me comment this one. And we want to create a child route for this courses route. How we will do that? For that, just like how we create a route, here also we will specify a route. Here we will specify the path. And this route should be a child route of this courses path. So here we will specify the path as courses. Okay, and then we will specify another property called children. And to this children property, we need to assign an array. And inside this array, we can define all the child routes. So here, the parent route will be this route, because if you see, the path which we have specified here is courses. And for this path, we have already defined a route here. So this route will be the parent route. And now inside this children array, whatever route we will specify, that will be the child route. So here I'm going to specify a route where I will specify the path, and the path is going to be course/ID. So this path here is similar to this courses/course/ID. Okay, so when this route will be called in the address bar, the path will be courses/course/ID. And when that route is typed in the address bar, we want to display the details of this course detail component. So here I'll specify the component property, and to that we will assign course detail component. And this is it. This is how we create a child route. So for this child route, the parent route is the route whose path matches this path. In this case, the parent route will be this route. And for this route, the parent component will be course component. Okay, because it is this component which we are assigning for this route path. So this will be the parent component, and this course detail component, it is the child component for this course component. With this, if we save the changes, if we go to the web page, and here we have some error. Okay, we are missing a comma. Let's go back. Let's specify a comma here. All right, let's save the changes again. Let's go back to the web page. Let's go to courses page, and there let me click on this details button, and you will notice that the details of that course has been displayed here. If I go back to courses again, and if I click on the details button of this course, so the details of that course is being displayed here. And if you notice the route path, it is courses/course/ the ID of the course. So here we have created a child route. Now in the same way, inside this array we can add multiple child routes. For example, here I'll say comma, and let's say I want to add another child route. I'll specify the path here. Let's say the path is maybe popular. Okay, and let's specify the component, and here I'll specify maybe popular component. So we already have a component called popular component. So now we are specifying two child routes for this route. With this, if we save the changes, if we go to the web page, and in the address bar, if I type root URL/courses/popular, and if I press enter, you will see that here we are displaying all the popular courses. Okay. So in this way, you can have multiple child routes inside this children array. And this is how we define a child route. In the very first lecture of this section, we learned that we can create our routes in the module file like we are currently doing, or we can also define the routes of our application in a separate file. So in this lecture, what we will do is we will define the routes of our Angular application in a separate file instead of creating it in the app module. And then we will see how we can use those routes for our Angular application. So here we are defining the routes of our Angular application. Now here we do not have too many routes to define, so it's completely okay to create these routes here. But in real world applications, you might have 20 or even 30 or more routes. In that case, instead of defining the routes in the app module like we are doing here, we should define them in a separate file. In this way, the module file and the router file will be leaner and cleaner and easy to maintain. Now, we are still going to define the routes in a module file, but not in app module. Instead, we will create a new module file, and there we will define our routes. Now, we have not talked about modules yet, but we are going to talk about it in great detail in the future lectures of this course. But here I will give you a high level overview of how we can create a module. For that, what I'll do is inside this app folder, so let me go ahead and let me collapse these folders. Okay, and inside this app folder, we are going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this file routing module. Okay, so the convention is when you are creating a module, the file name should have .module in it, like we are specifying here. And then the extension is going to be .ts because it is going to be a TypeScript file. Okay, so here we have our app module, and here we have our routing module. Now in here, we are going to create and export a class. So here I'll use this export keyword to export the class, and I'll use class keyword to create the class. And the class name is going to be routing module. Okay. Now this class, it should be a module class. So if I go to app module, you will notice that in order to make this class, this app module class, a module, we are decorating it with ng module decorator. And we need to do the same thing for this routing module. So we want to make this class a module class. So we need to decorate it with @ng module decorator. Now, in order to use this ng module, we also need to import it from Angular/Go. So here, let's also write the import statement, and we want to import ng module from Angular/Go. Okay, and to this ng module, we can pass a metadata object like this. So in this way, we have made this class a module class. Now, inside this module file, we want to define the routes of our Angular application. So I'll go to app module, and I will cut these modules which we have created here from this app module file, and I'll go ahead and I'll paste it here. So again, before this ng module, I'm going to paste the routes, and let me also remove the not required routes from here. So these commented routes. Okay. Now, in order to use these components, we also need to import them here. So what I will do is I'll go here and I'll just copy all these import statements. Okay, and then we will remove those import statements which is not required. So we are already importing ng module from Angular/Go. So I'll remove this line. Then we don't need this browser module. Let's remove this one. We need this router module. So I'm going to keep it. We don't need this app component and services service. Let me remove these imports. We don't need this footer component and header component in this file. Let's remove this. We don't need banner component, service component, testimony component, and contact us component. So I'll also remove them. Okay, we don't need courses service in this file. Let me go ahead and let me remove it. We don't need login component here, or we might need it in the future. But for now, we don't need it, so I'll remove it. Okay, so these are the imports which we need in this routing module file. And with that, you will see that those errors are also gone. Now, in this file, when we are using this ng module decorator, there we do not need to declare all these components because we are already doing it inside this app module. So inside this app module, if we go to this declaration section, we are already declaring those components. So there is no need to redeclare them in this routing module. And if we try to do that, that would actually give us some error. Okay, because since we are already declaring them in the app module, we don't need to redeclare them in any other module. Here, we don't need to declare them inside this routing module. Now, the next thing which we need to do is from here, we need to remove this router module. From this imports array, we need to remove this routers module. And this routes is also not available now inside this file. So that's why we have this error. But anyway, I will remove this from here and we need to add it in our routing module. So in here, inside this ng module decorator, we are passing a metadata object. In that metadata object, we need to specify the imports property. We know that it is going to store an array. And in that array, we need to specify the router module. So here, let's say router module. And on this, we are going to call for root method. Because as we learned earlier, using this for root method, we tell Angular that the route which we are going to pass to this for root method, we are defining that route for the entire Angular application. It is not defined for a feature module. It is defined for the entire Angular application. And here to this for root method, we are going to pass this routes variable. So it is this routes variable which is storing all our routes. So all these routes, it is stored inside this routes variable. So we need to pass that to this for root method. Now we want to use this routing module to outsource our routes. Therefore, what we need to do is we also need to add an exports array here. So here we are going to specify another property called exports. This is also going to store an array. And inside this array, we specify all those things which we want to export from this module file. So whatever we will export from here, we can use that in other files, in other modules. And from here, we simply want to export this router module. Okay. Now let's go back to app module file, and there we are going to import this routing module. So here let's specify routing module, and that is it. Now in order to use this routing module here, we also need to import it from this file. Okay, so in this way we have created our routes in a separate file. We are creating it inside this routing module file. Okay, we are setting those routes on this router module, and then we are exporting the router module. Then in the app module, which is the main module of our Angular application, there in the imports array, we are specifying the routing module, this class. Okay, and in this way, Angular is aware about this routing module, and it is aware about these routes. And now the route should be working as it was working earlier when we defined it inside this app module file. So our application should still be working. Let's actually check that. Let's save the changes. Let's also save the changes in this file, and let's go to the web page. Okay, here let me go to the home page. So here we can see the view of home page. This link is working. If I go to about page, here we can see the view of about page. So this is also working. Let's go to contact page. The view of contact page is being displayed here. This is again working. Let's go to courses page. So we can see all the courses inside this courses page. So this view is also working. And let me also click on the detail of one of these courses. And the course detail page is also being displayed. So this route here, it is also working. But now what we are doing is we have separated our routes in a separate module file. And this is how we should define routing in real-world Angular projects. It's always a good practice to have separate file for routers of our Angular application. So far in this section, we have learned a lot about routes in Angular. We learned how to define and use a route, how to read route parameter values, query string values, fragments, etc. And we also talked about child routes. Now, when we are working with routes, sometimes we might want to execute some logic before navigating the user to or away from the route. For example, not all the routes of our application should be accessible to everyone. We might want to protect some of the routes from unauthorized users. Only a logged in user should be able to access certain routes. Or let's say a user has edited his profile, but without saving those changes, he tries to navigate to other page. In that case, our application might want to get confirmation from the user if he wants to save his changes before navigating away, instead of navigating the user right away. And for such scenarios, Angular provides us with something called as route guards. So in this lecture, we will have a high-level overview of what route guards are in Angular and what are the different types of route guards. We use Angular route guards to control whether the user can navigate to a route or navigate away from a route based on a given condition. In simple words, Angular route guards helps us secure the route or to perform some action before navigating into a route or leaving the route. We can use Angular route guards in different scenarios. For example, we can use Angular route guards to restrict a user from accessing a protected route. Or we can also use a route guard to ask user to save changes before moving away from the route view. We can also use route guards for validating the route parameters before navigating to the route. Or we can also use a route guard to fetch some data before you display the component view of the route to the user. So these are some of the use cases where we can use a route guard. Now in Angular, we have 5 route guards. So let's talk about each of them one by one. So first of all, we have the CanActivate route guard and CanActivateChild route guard. So the CanActivate and CanActivateChild route guard is used to allow or restrict a user from navigating to a route. And the most common use case where we can use a CanActivate route guard is when we want to protect a route from unauthorized access. In the same way, the common use case when we want to use CanActivateChild route guard is when we want to protect the child routes from the unauthorized access. So we have learned how to configure our routes and navigate to different parts of our application using Angular routes. But allowing the user to navigate to all parts of our application is not a good idea. And we need to restrict the user from accessing certain routes until the user performs a specific action like logging into the application. And we can use CanActivate or CanActivateChild route guard for protecting a route from unauthorized access. Then we have CanDeactivate route guard. You can use CanDeactivate route guard on a route if you want to control when a user can navigate away from the current route. For example, let's say in our Angular application, we have an edit form where user can edit his details. So the user has edited his details, but before saving the changes, the user is trying to navigate away. In this case, we do not want to allow user to navigate right away. Instead, first we will inform user that he has unsaved changes and if he really wants to navigate away without saving these changes. If the user confirms that he wants to navigate away, we will allow user to navigate away. Otherwise, we will keep the user in the same route and we will cancel the navigation. This can be achieved using CanDeactivate route guard. Using this route guard, we can allow or restrict a user from navigating away from the current route. Then we also have resolve route guard. This route guard delays the activation of the route until some task is complete. And the common use case where we can use this resolve route guard is when we want to prefetch some data from a backend API before activating the route. And we will understand this with an example in our coming lectures. And finally, we also have the can load route guard. The can load route guard prevents the loading of the lazy loaded modules. We generally use this route guard when we do not want to unauthorized users to be able to even see the source code of the module. Now in this section, except this can load route guard, you will learn about other route guards and their use in great detail with practical examples in our coming lectures. In order to understand can load route guard, we need to have the basic understanding of modules in Angular. So we will not cover the can load route guard in this section, but we will learn about the can load route guard in great detail when we will talk about Angular modules in one of the sections of this course. So this was a high level overview of what route guards are in Angular and what are the different route guards Angular provides and we use which route guard for what purpose. Now in the latest versions of Angular, that is from Angular 15 and in higher versions, Angular has provided a new way of implementing route guards in Angular. Till Angular 14, in order to implement a route guard, we used to inherit route guard specific interface for the service class and provide the implementation of its method. For example, till Angular 14, what we used to do is we used to create a service class. That service class should inherit from an interface based on which route guard you want to use. For example, if you want to use CanActivate route guard, in that case, your service class should inherit from CanActivate interface. Then it should also provide the implementation of the method which CanActivate interface provides. And then that method should return a Boolean value or some data based on what route guard you're using. And then we need to assign that service class, which is inheriting from a route guard interface, to the route guard property of the route object. So when we define a route, we define a route using a route object. That route object will have properties like can deactivate, can activate, can activate child, resolve, and can load. So based on which route guard you want to use, you need to assign that particular service to the route guard property of route object. Now, don't worry if this does not make any sense right now because we are going to understand it practically in our coming lectures. Now, from Angular 15, Angular has introduced more functional approach to implement route guards and the old interface approach it has been deprecated. So now from Angular 15, in order to create a route guard, we no more need to create a service class and implement the route guard service. Instead, we can simply create a function and that function should have the logic of what we want to do with that route guard and we need to assign that function to the route guard property of route object. So as you can see, till Angular 14 and lower versions, we need to follow these four steps. But from Angular 15, all we have to do is we have to create a function and we need to assign that function to the route guard property of route object. And again, if this does not make any sense right now, don't worry, we are going to understand it practically in our coming lectures. But just keep in mind that the interface approach of creating a route guard has been deprecated in Angular 15 and higher versions. We can still use it, but it is deprecated. All right, so from the next lecture, let's learn what is the use of each of the route guards, which we have just seen in this lecture, and how we can implement them in Angular 14 and lower versions, and also in Angular 15 and higher versions. In the last lecture, we had a high-level overview of what route guards are in Angular and when do we use them. And one of the scenarios where we use a route guard is when we want to protect a route from unauthorized access. Now, to protect a route from unauthorized access, we can either use CanActivate route guard or we can use CanActivateChild route guard. And we are going to talk about them in great detail in our coming lectures. But to understand this CanActivate route guard and CanActivateChild route guard, first we need to implement a simple auth service in our Angular application, which we will use for authenticating and authorizing the user. And that's what we are going to do in this lecture. We are going to create a very simple auth service for authentication and authorization. Let's go to VS Code, and here we are back to our Angular routing project. In here, in the services folder, I have created a new service called user service. If I open this user service, you will notice that inside this user service class, we have a user array, and this array contains a list of users. Basically, here we have 4 users, and each user has an ID, a name, a username, and a password. So here I'm using this user model. If I go to this user model, for that let's expand this models folder. Let's open this user.ts file. There you will notice that each user is going to have an ID, a name, a username, and password. And in this user class, I also have this constructor using which we can create a new user. And that's what we are doing here in the user service. We are using the constructor of this user class to create the users. So basically here we have 4 users. Now, only these 4 users are the member of our Angular application. So only these 4 users should be able to access the protected routes of our Angular application. And to authenticate and authorize these users, what we are going to do is we are going to create an auth service. So inside this services folder, let's go ahead and let's create a new file, and let's call this file auth service. Inside this file, let's go ahead and let's create a class and export it. And let's call this class auth service. Now, since it is a service class, I'm also going to decorate it with @injectable decorator. And in order to use this @injectable decorator, we need to import it from angular/co. And to this @injectable decorator, I'll pass a metadata object, and there I will specify the provided in property. And there I will set its value to root. So we want to provide this service from root, from app module. So here we have created our auth service class. Inside this auth service class, I'm going to have a property called isLogged. It is going to be of type Boolean, and initially I will set it to false. So initially when the page loads for the first time, all the users are logged out. Then I'm going to create a method. I'll call it login. So whenever the user will try to log into our Angular application, this method will be called. Okay. Inside this method, what we are going to do is we are going to check if a user with a given username and password exists or not. For that, for this login method, we are going to take the username and password as the parameter. Now inside this login method, let's go ahead and let's write the logic to log in the user. So basically what we want to check is if inside this users array, if we have a user with the username and password which we are going to receive for these parameters or not. If we have a user with this username and this password inside this users array, in that case, we will log in that user. Otherwise, we will show a message saying that the credentials you have entered is not correct. So how we are going to do that? First of all, in order to query this users array, we need to inject an instance of this user service class inside this auth service. For that, what I'll do is I'll create a property. I'll call it user service. It is going to be of type user service. Okay, and to ask Angular to inject an instance of this user service class inside this auth service, I'm going to use inject method. And to use this inject method, we also need to import it from angular/co. And to this inject method, we also need to pass the type. So the type here is going to be user service. All right, so in this way, inside this user service property, we will have an instance of this user service class. And using that instance, we can access this users array. So here, let's say this dot user service dot users. So this users is an array. On this array, we are going to call this find method. And using this find method, we are going to find an element from this users array, which has this username and this password. Now, how are we going to do that? Basically, this find method, it is going to loop over each element of this users array. And the callback function, which we are going to pass to this find method, it is going to receive that element. So for each iteration, it is going to receive the current element. Let's simply call it as u. And here, let's say u dot username, if it is equal to this username, and u dot password, if it is equal to this password. In that case, this find method, it will return us that user. Let's go ahead and let's store it in a variable. And let's simply call it as user. Okay, let me move this end statement in a separate line so that it will be more readable. All right, so if this find method finds any user from this users array whose username matches the username value which we are going to receive for this username parameter, and whose password matches the password value which we are going to receive for this password parameter, in that case, this find method will return that user. Otherwise, if this find method does not find any such user with this given username and password, it will return undefined. So what we are going to do is we are going to check if this user, if it is equal to undefined, that means no user with the given username and password exists. In that case, we are going to set this isLogged property, this property here, to false. But if the user is not undefined, that means there is a user which exists with this given username and password. In that case, we want to set this isLogged property to true. Okay. And finally, we also want to return that user. So let's simply say return user. So this is our login method. Now let's also go ahead and let's implement a logout method here. So when the user is trying to log out from the application, this logout method will be called. And there I'm simply going to set this isLogged property to false. As you can see, here we are creating a very simple auth service where we are setting the value of this isLogged property to true or false based on if the user is logged in or logged out. Finally, I'm also going to create another method. I'll call it isAuthenticated. And what this method is going to do is it is simply going to return the value of isLogged property. So here I'll simply say return this dot isLogged. Okay, so this is our auth service. In this auth service, we have this isLogged property. If the isLogged property is true, that means the user is authenticated and he is authorized. But if the value of this isLogged property is false, that means the user is not authenticated. The user is not logged in. Okay. Now we want to call this login method whenever in our application user clicks on this login link. So for that, first of all, what we want is when this login link is clicked, we want to show a login page. Let's go to VS Code. Let's go to routing module, and there let's create a new route. For that, we use a set of curly braces like this. There we specify the path. So the path here is going to be login, root URL slash login. And when this route is typed in the address bar, we want to show the view of login component. So to this component property, I'm going to assign login component. And in order to use this login component, we also need to import it from this file. So I have already created this login component in our Angular application. You can see that login component here. Okay. And if you save the changes, if you go to the web page and if I type root URL / login, and if I press enter, the login component looks something like this. All right. Now, when do we want to show this login page? Whenever this login link is clicked, and we have this login link in the header component. So let's go to header component.html, and if I scroll down, here we have this login link. On this login link, currently we are using href, but let's go ahead and let's use RouterLink directive. And to this RouterLink, let's assign /login. Okay, let's save the changes now. Let's go to the web page. Let's go to home page. And now when I click on this login link, it will take us to the login page. So now this is working. The next thing which we want to do is we're showing this login page, and in this login page, we have this username text box and we have this password text box. So what we want is once the user has entered the username and password, and once this login button is clicked, we want to verify whether a user with the given username and password exists or not. So this username, this password field and this button, it is present in the login component. Let's go to VS Code, and for now let me close this header component.html, and let's go to login component. So here we have this login folder, in there we have this login component.html. Here you can see we have this username input element, we have this password input element, and here we have our submit button. So now what I'm going to do is on this username input and on this password input, I'm going to add a template reference variable. On the username, I will add username template reference variable. And on the password input, I'll add password template reference variable. Okay, let's save the changes. And now let's go to login component.ts file. In there, I'm going to create two properties. The first property will be username. And what I want is inside this username property, I want to store this input element, a reference to this input element. For that, on this username, first of all, I'm going to use @viewChildDecorator. And to use this @viewChildDecorator, we also need to import it from Angular/Co. And to this @viewChildDecorator, we need to pass a parameter. Here, I'm going to pass this username template reference variable. All right. So in this way, this username, it is going to store a reference to this username input element. So here, the type is going to be element ref. And again, in order to use this element ref, we need to import it from Angular/Co. In the same way, I'll also create another property. So I'll copy this line and I'll paste it here, and I'll call this property as password. And inside this password, I want to store a reference of this password input element. So on that, again, we are using this password template reference variable. So I'll copy this and I'll pass it to this viewChildDecorator. So in this way, inside this username and inside this password, we have a reference of username input element, and in here we have a reference of password input element. Now, here we have this submit button. Okay, so when this submit button is clicked, we want to check whether a user with a given username and password exists or not. For that, on this button, I'm going to bind click event. And when this button is clicked, I want to call a method on login clicked. Let's go ahead and let's create this method. And we need to create it inside this login component.ts file. Now, we know that this username, it is going to store a reference to username input element, and this password, it is going to store a reference to password input element. So from this username and password, we can get the value which the user has entered inside the username text box and password text box. So inside this method, what we are going to do is we are going to create two variables. First, I'll create this username variable. You can name this variable anything. And to get the username, we are going to use this username property. So here, let's say this dot username dot native element dot value. This will give us the value which the user has typed inside the username input element. In the same way, let's create a password variable. And to get the password, again, we can say this dot password. So this password is this property. On that, we are going to use native element property. And from there, we are going to get the value which the user has entered in the password field. And with this, all we are going to do is we are going to call this login method of this auth service. For that, first of all, we need to inject an instance of this auth service inside this login component. So let me create a property here. I'll call it auth service. It is going to be of type auth service. Okay, and in order to ask Angular to inject an instance of this auth service, we are going to use this inject method. And to use it, we need to import it from Angular/Go. And there we need to specify the type. So the type is going to be auth service. Okay, and now using this auth service instance, we are going to call the login method. So let's say this dot auth service dot login. And when we are calling this login method, we need to pass the value for username and password parameter. So for the username, let's pass the value which we have inside this username variable. And for the password parameter, let's pass the value which we have inside this password variable. Now, what this login method is going to return? This login method, it is going to return us a user object. If we have a user with a given username and password, in that case, it will return a user object. Otherwise, it will return undefined. So here, what we want is, first of all, let's store the user object which we are going to get inside a variable. Let's simply call it as user. And then we are going to check if the user is undefined. That means no user exists with the given username and password. Then we will simply show an alert message saying that the login credentials you have entered is not correct. Okay. Otherwise, if the user is not undefined, that means a user with the given user ID and password exists. In that case, we want to show another alert window saying welcome, and then we want to show the username. So for that, we can say user dot name, and we will say you are logged in. Okay. Let's quickly test this implementation. So let's go back to our application. There, if I go back to VS Code again, and if I open our user service, so here we have 4 users. We have this user with username JS and password as 12345. So for all the users, I have specified the password as 12345. But the username is different. For example, username is JS or MJ or MV or SK. So let's use any one of these username. I'm going to use JS. So let's go back to our application. Here we are in the login page. So the username is JS and password is going to be 12345. When I click on this login button, you will see that welcome John Smith, you are logged in. If I say MJ, and then when I click on this login button, it says welcome Mary Jane, you are logged in. But if I type a username or password with which we do not have any user, for example, if I say XYZ, okay, and some random password, and when I click on this login button, it says the login credentials you have entered is not correct. So it is working as expected. Now, one more thing which I want to do is, let's say I specify the proper username and password, for example, JS and password as 12345. When I click on this login button, it will show us this alert window. Welcome, John Smith, you are logged in. And when I click on this OK button, what I want is, I want to redirect the user to the courses page. Okay, so once this OK button is clicked, the user should be redirected to courses page. For that, let's go back to VS Code and let's go to login component.ts file. And there, after this alert window, let's go ahead and let's redirect the user. Now, in order to redirect the user, we need an instance of router class inside this login component. So let's create a property. Let's simply call it router. It is going to be of type router. And what we want is, we want Angular to inject an instance of this router class. And in order to use this router class, we also need to import it from Angular/router. Okay, so we have imported it from Angular/router. So in this way, we will have an instance of this router class. All we are going to do is we are going to redirect the user. So we'll say this dot router dot navigate. And where do we want to navigate the user? We want to navigate the user to courses page. So I'll simply say slash courses. Okay, let's quickly test it. So here for the username, I have entered JS, and for the password, I have entered 12345. Let me go ahead and let me click on this login button. So we should see this message, welcome John Smith, you are logged in. And when I click on this OK button, it will redirect us to the courses page. So the login functionality is implemented. Now we want to implement the logout functionality. So this logout link, it is also available in header component. So let me open header component. Let's scroll up. Let's expand this header folder. And there we have this header component.html. And there we have this logout link. So again here, instead of using href, I'm going to use RouterLink. And the route here is again going to be login. So whenever the logout link is clicked, we want to show the view of the login component. We want to redirect the user to the login page. So here the route is going to be login. And with this route, I also want to pass some query parameter. For that, I'm going to use this query param directive. Okay, and let's wrap this query param within square brackets, because here I want to assign an object to it. And in that object, I'm going to specify this logout query parameter, and I'm going to set it to true. So if I save the changes, and if we go to the web page, here it says can't bind query param since it isn't a known property of A. Okay, that's because it should be query params and not query param. Let's go back again. And currently we are in the courses page. Now when I click on this logout, just notice what is the URL. So when I click on this logout, we are redirected to the login page, and in there we have a query string called logout. Now we are going to read this query string, the value of this logout query string. If it is true, in that case, we are going to call the logout method of this auth service. So in the auth service, let me close this header component.html. We don't need it anymore. And in the auth service, you will see we also have this logout method where we are simply setting this isLog to false. So whenever the logout query string is true, we are going to call this logout method of this auth service. Now, in which component do we need to write that logic to read the query parameter and call this logout method? We are going to do it in login component. Now, why is that? That's because, let me again open this header component.html. So when this logout link is clicked, which component are we displaying? We are displaying the view of login component, right? So it is this component where we need to read the value of this logout query parameter. So let's go to login component.ts file, and in there, the first thing which we need to do is, in order to read the query parameter value, we need an instance of activated route class. For that, I'm going to create a property. I'll call it as active route. The type here is going to be activated route. Okay, and what we want Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class inside this login component. So to this inject method, we will pass the type. All right, now let's go ahead and let's implement ng on init lifecycle hook. And in here, we will say this dot active route dot query param map. And since it is an observable, we are going to subscribe to it. And to this subscribe method, we need to pass a callback function. And this callback function will be executed every time the query parameter of the currently active route changes. Here, we are going to receive the query parameters. So let's simply call it as maybe queries. Okay. And in order to get the query value, the query parameter value on this queries, we are going to call the get method, And to this get method, we need to specify the name of the query parameter. And the name of the query parameter is logout. Now, this here, it is going to return us a string value. And we want to convert it to Boolean type. So this logout, it is going to return us true. But that true will be a string value. So we are going to convert it to Boolean type. For that, I'm using this Boolean method. Okay, and we are going to store it in a variable. And let's simply call this variable logout. And now we are going to check if this logout is true. In that case, we are going to call the logout method of this auth service, this method, and we have an instance of this auth service inside this auth service property. So here we can say this dot auth service dot logout. Okay, and once the user is logged out, we also want to show an alert message. For that, I'm going to use this alert function, and here we want to say you are now logged out. And just to check the value of this is logged property, this is logged property of this auth service, when the user has been logged out, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to log the value of the is logged. So here I'll say is logged equals, and I'll say this dot auth service dot, this auth service has this is logged property. So when the user is logged out, this is logged should be set to false. And I want to check if that is happening or not. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. Okay, so let me first log in. So John Smith is logged in. Let's click on OK. It will redirect us to the courses page. Now let me click on this logout button. And it says you are now logged out and is logged has been set to false. And when I click on this OK button, it will redirect us to the login page, because in the URL you can see the route is /login, right? And for this route, we are displaying the view of login component. So in this way, we have implemented a very simple auth service for our Angular application. Now we are going to use this auth service in order to understand CanActivate route card and CanActivate child route card. In the last lecture, we implemented a very simple auth service in our Angular application. Now from this lecture, we are going to learn how we can implement route cards in Angular and what each route guard is used for. And we are going to start with CanActivate route card. So the CanActivate route guard decides if a route can be activated or not. We use this route guard when we want to check on some condition before showing the component view to the user. The common use case where we can use a CanActivate route guard is when we want to protect a route from unauthorized users. For example, let's say there are some routes which can only be accessed by a logged in user. In that case, we can use CanActivate route card. In our Angular application, if I go to this courses page, here we have a list of course, and each course has this details button and buy now button. So currently when I click on this details button, it will take me to the details of that course. And if I click on this buy now button, this buy now button is not going to do anything, because for that we have not written any logic. But what we want is, when this buy now button is clicked, we want to show the checkout page to the user. But the checkout page should only be shown to the user if the user is logged in. If the user is not logged in, we should not redirect the user to the checkout page. Instead, we should ask user to first log in and then check out the course. So here, we want to restrict the unauthorized users, the not logged in users, to access the checkout page. And for that, we can use CanActivate route card. So let's first go ahead and let's create a route for this buy now button for the checkout page. So let me go to VS Code. Let me close all these files for now. Okay, I'll keep this auth service open and this routing module open. Now let's go to this routing module file, and there we are defining all the routes. So here I'm going to create a new route called checkout, and I'm going to create this checkout route as a child route for this courses route, because we are going to check out a course, right? So that's why I'm going to make this checkout route a child route for this courses route. So let's create a new route here. Let's specify the path, and the path is going to be checkout. So in the address bar, the path will be root URL /courses/checkout. And when this URL is typed in the address bar, we want to display the view of checkout component. So if I scroll up, we also have a checkout component. So here we have a checkout component. We want to display the view of this checkout component when this route is typed in the address bar. For that, let's specify the component property here. And to that, I'm going to assign checkout component. Okay, so here we have created our route. Now, when the view of this route will be displayed, when we click on the Buy Now button. So let's go to the courses component, because in the courses component, we are displaying the list of all the courses, and in there we will have the Buy Now button. So here we have our courses component. There, let's go to courses component.html. If I scroll down, here we have the Buy Now button. So on this button, again, I'm going to add this router link directive. And to this router link directive, I'm going to specify the path as /courses/checkout. With this, if I save the changes, and if we go to the web page, and if I click on this Buy Now button, you see it has redirected us to the checkout page. Currently, all these values in this page which you see here, these are all hard-coded. These are not based on which course we have selected, but we are going to change it in the future lectures of this section. So basically what we are going to do is, we are also going to pass the data for which we have clicked on the checkout button, and then we will display the details of that course here. Currently, no matter which course I select, for example, if I click on the Buy Now button of this React course, then also in the checkout page, you will see the course name as Complete Modern JavaScript course, because it is hard-coded. Anyway, now when we click on this Buy Now button, we are being redirected to the checkout page. So that's okay. But it should only redirect us to the checkout page if the user is logged in. Currently, no user is logged in. So if I click on the logout button, you will see that we have been logged out. Okay, and we have been redirected to the login page, and currently no user is logged in. Then also, if I go to the courses page and if I click on the Buy Now button, we will be redirected to the checkout page, which is not the ideal scenario which we want here. We should only be redirected to this checkout page if the user is logged in. If the user is not logged in, he should not see this view here. And for that, we can use CanActivate RouteGuard. Now, as we learned in the introduction to RouteGuard lecture, till Angular 14, we used to implement RouteGuards in a different way. And from Angular 15, we implement it in a slightly different way. And in this section, in this course, I'm going to cover both the approaches. So for example, if you are working in an Angular project where you're using Angular version 14 or any lower version, there the implementation of a route guard will be different than how we implement it today in Angular 15 and Angular 16. And if you're using Angular 14 and lower version, then you should know how you can implement route guards in those versions. And that's why I'm going to cover both the approaches. And in this lecture, I'm going to cover the older approach, the approach which we have been using till Angular 14. And in the next lecture, I will also explain the newer approach in which we can implement the CanActivate route guard. Now, till Angular 14, what we used to do is, first, we used to create a service which should inherit from CanActivate interface. Let's go ahead and let's do this. So here, let me first close this courses component.html file. And we are going to create a new service. So inside this service folder, we are going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this file authguard service. Inside this file, let's go ahead and let's create and export a class. Let's call this class authguard service. And since it is a service class, I'm also going to decorate it with @injectable decorator. And in order to use this @injectable decorator, we also need to import it from Angular/co. So let me first go ahead and let me import it from Angular/co. Okay. And to this decorator, we are going to pass a metadata object. And in there, I will specify the provided in property. And there, I'll set the value to root. So basically we want to provide this service from root, from app module. Now this service we are going to use for implementing route cards. In this case, we want to use this service to implement CanActivate route card. So the first step is this service should inherit from CanActivate interface. Okay, and in order to use this CanActivate interface, we also need to import it from Angular/router. As you can see, this CanActivate is striked out. This simply means that it is deprecated in Angular version 16. For this project, I am using Angular version 16. But if you're using Angular version 14 or lower version, in that case, you will not see this interface striked out because there it is not deprecated. So this is the first step. We need to implement this CanActivate interface for our service class. Now, if you notice here, we have an error. That's because since we are implementing this CanActivate interface, this CanActivate interface provides a method called CanActivate, and we need to provide an implementation for that CanActivate method. So inside this class, let's go ahead and let's implement CanActivate method. And this CanActivate method, it takes two parameters. The first parameter is an instance of activated route snapshot. So I'm going to call this parameter route. You can name it anything, but the type here is going to be activated route snapshot. And again, in order to use this activated route snapshot, we need to import it from Angular/router. And the second parameter is an instance of router state snapshot. So I'll simply call it as state. You can name it anything, but the type here is going to be router state snapshot. Again, in order to use it, we need to import it from Angular/router. All right, so here we have created this CanActivate method, and this method should return a Boolean value. Basically, let me show you what it should return. So this method, it should return either a Boolean value or it should return an observable which emits a Boolean value. So we can specify it like this. And in order to use this observable, we also need to import it from RxJS. So let me go ahead and let me do it here. Okay. Or it should return a promise which resolves to a Boolean value. So this is the signature of this CanActivate method. It should either return a Boolean value. If you are working with asynchronous data, in that case, it should return an observable which emits a Boolean value, or it should return a promise which resolves to a Boolean value. In this case, we are not working with any asynchronous data. So I'll simply specify the type as Boolean, and we are going to return a Boolean value from here. So for now, let me go ahead and let me return true from here. And you will notice that all the errors are gone. So in this way, we have created a CanActivate route card. What we have done so far, we have created a service which is inheriting from CanActivate interface. Inside the service class, we have implemented the CanActivate method, and that method should return a Boolean value based on if the route can be activated or not. And finally, we need to assign that service which is implementing from CanActivate interface to the CanActivate property of route object. Let's understand this. So here we want to protect this checkout route, right? So this object here, it is the route object. It has few properties like path, component. In the same way, it also has a property called CanActivate. And to this property, we need to assign an array. And inside this array, we need to specify the service name, which is implementing from CanActivate interface. In our case, that service is this authguard service. So first of all, we need to import this authguard service here in this router module. So let's go ahead and let's write that import statement. So we need to go to services folder, and in the services folder, we have this authguard service. Okay. And now let's go ahead and let's specify the service name here, which is authguard service. And that's it. So if I save the changes here, currently from this method, from this CanActivate method, we are returning true. That means this route can be accessed by anybody. If I go back to the application, let's go to the courses page and let me click on this buy now button. You see, we are able to access it. Now, if I go back to VS Code and instead of returning true, if I return false from here, in that case, this route, it will not be accessed by anybody because from within this CanActivate method, we are returning false. So if we save the changes and if we go back to the application again, you see the checkout page is not being displayed here. Let's go to the courses page and let's click on this buy now button. And I have clicked on this buy now button several times, but it is not redirecting us to the checkout page. That's because CanActivate route card is now protecting courses slash checkout route. Okay, if I type courses slash checkout in the address bar and if I press enter, you see we are not seeing anything in the view. That's because now since we are returning false from this CanActivate method, it is going to protect this checkout route. So keep in mind that when we return true from this CanActivate method, in that case, it will allow us to access that route on which we have used the CanActivate route card. But if we are returning false from here, in that case, it will not allow us to access the route on which we have used the CanActivate route card. So here, instead of returning a hard-coded value true or false, what we can do is we can write some condition based on which we can return a Boolean value true or false. Here what I want is, here we have the auth service. In the auth service, we have this is authenticated method. And this is authenticated method is returning the value of is logged property. Now the value of the is logged property will be false if no user is logged in, but its value will be true if a user is logged in. So that's what we want to check here. If the user is logged in, we will allow user to go to the checkout page. But if the user is not logged in, we will not allow user to go to the checkout page. So we are going to use this is authenticated method of this auth service inside this auth guard service. For that, first of all, we need an instance of this auth service class inside this auth guard service. So for that, what we are going to do, let's create a property. Let's call it auth service. It is going to be of type auth service. Okay. And I'm going to use the inject method. And in order to use this inject method, we also need to import it from angular/co. And there I'm going to specify the type as auth service. So in this way, Angular will inject an instance of this auth service class inside this auth guard service class, and that instance will be assigned to this auth service property. So here what we are going to do is we are going to check if this dot auth service dot is authenticated. So this is authenticated is a method which is going to return us a Boolean value. It will return true if the value of this is logged is true. Otherwise, it will return false. Okay, so we are using it inside this if statement. So if this expression here, if it returns true, in that case, from within this CanActivate method, we are going to return true. That's because in that case, the user is logged in. And since the user is logged in, we will allow user to view the checkout page. But if this expression returns false, in that case, let's write an else statement. And from here, we will return false. So I can simply say return false. Okay. And before we return false from here, what we will also do is we will redirect the user to the login page. All right. And for that, we need an instance of router class. So here, let me go ahead and let me create a property. I'll call it router. It is going to be of type router. And in order to use this router, we need to import it from angular/router. And again, let's use this inject method and ask Angular to inject an instance of this router class. And that instance will be assigned to this router property. So before returning false, what we will do, we will say this dot router dot navigate. And where do we want to navigate the user? We want to navigate the user to login page. Okay, with this, let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. Let me first go to the courses page. So when I have saved the changes here, when I have saved the changes, this application will be reloaded. So let's go to the courses page. And as we know, when the application will reload for the first time, the isLogged property in the auth service will be false. So now when I try to go to the checkout page by clicking on this buy now button, it will redirect us to the login page because no user is currently logged in. But let me go ahead and let me log in using this login form. So the username is JS, password is 12345. When I click on this login button, you see it says, welcome John Smith, you are logged in. Let's click on this OK button and it will redirect us to the courses page. Now when I click on this buy now button, it should take us to the checkout page. Okay. So in this way, using CanActivate route card, we are protecting this checkout route from unauthorized access. So this is the use of CanActivate route card. Here, this CanActivate method, if it returns true, in that case, the route on which we have used the CanActivate route card, it will be accessible. Otherwise, if this CanActivate return false, in that case, the route on which we have used this CanActivate route card, it will not be accessible. That's it. So keep in mind that from within this CanActivate method, we should return a Boolean value true or false based on whether we want to allow the user to access the route or not. So these are the 4 steps in which you can implement CanActivate route card in Angular 14 and lower versions. Now in the next lecture, let's see how we can implement CanActivate route card in Angular 15 and higher versions. In the last lecture, we learned what is a CanActivate route card and what do we use it for. Basically, we use CanActivate route card to decide if a route can be activated or not. We use this route card when we want to check on some condition before showing the component view to the user. And we understood CanActivate route card with a use case. And the use case is we can use a CanActivate route card when we want to protect a route from an unauthorized user. And in the last lecture, we also learned how we used to implement CanActivate route card in Angular 14 and lower versions. But from Angular 15, the way we implement CanActivate route card has changed a little bit. In the last lecture, in order to implement CanActivate route card, what we did is we created a service class. That service class is inheriting from CanActivate interface. And when it is implementing from CanActivate interface, it has to provide an implementation for this CanActivate method. And this CanActivate method, it should return a Boolean value true or false based on whether we want user to access a route or not. Now here I am on the official website of Angular. You can type angular.io in your address bar and you will be redirected to this page. There, let's go to the stock section and there I will open this references and in there I want to see API references and here I'm going to search for CanActivate. Okay, so you can see that here we have the CanActivate and it is striked out. That means it is deprecated in Angular 15 and higher versions. And instead of CanActivate, now we have CanActivate function. So just like React, now Angular is trying to move towards the functional approach. And that's why it has deprecated this CanActivate route card and now it is providing this CanActivate function. So let's see how we can use this CanActivate function to implement a CanActivate route card. Here I'm back in VS Code. Let's go to the routing module.ts and there we want to protect this checkout route. For that, this route object, it provides us a property called CanActivate. To that we need to assign an array and in that array currently we are specifying this authGuard service which is implementing the CanActivate interface. So this was the approach we used to use in Angular 14 and lower versions. But now we are not going to use this approach. So I will remove it from here. I will still keep this import statement here. So we will use it in our coming lectures. But now I'm not going to specify this authGuard service to this CanActivate property. Instead, now what we can do is From Angular 15, inside this array, we can specify a function. Here I'm going to use arrow function syntax. You can also create a function and then assign it here, but I just want to show you all the ways in which we can create a CanActivate route guard in Angular 15 and higher versions. So here we can specify a function like this, and this function should return a Boolean value true or false. So for example, here I can simply say return true. If I save the changes and if we go to the web page and let's go to our Angular application, there if I go to the courses page and if I click on this buy now button, it should redirect us to the checkout page, as you can see. Now if I go back and from here, if I return false, and now if I save the changes, this will not allow us to access this checkout page. So let's go back to our application. Let me go to this courses page. There, if I click on the buy now button of any one of these courses, you will see that we are not being redirected to checkout page. So in Angular 15 and higher version, implementing a CanActivate route guard is as simple as this. Now here we don't want to return a hard-coded value true or false. Instead, we want to check some condition, and based on that condition, we will return a Boolean value true or false. And in that case, the function is going to have more than one line of code, right? So instead of directly creating a function here and assigning to this CanActivate property, what we will do is we will create a file. For that, let me collapse this service folder, this login folder, this header folder as well, and maybe this courses folder. Okay, and in this app folder, let's create a new file and let's call this file maybe auth.guard.ts. Okay, you can name this file anything. And inside this file, we are going to create a function. So I'm going to create a variable. I will simply call it CanActivate, but you can name this function anything. It's not mandatory that you name it CanActivate. You can name it anything. And to this, we are going to assign a function, just like this. And I want to use this function in our routing module file. So what I will do is I will also export this function from this file. And inside this function, we want to write some logic based on which we will allow user to access a route or we will restrict user from accessing a route. And the logic is going to be same which we have written for this CanActivate method. So I'm going to copy this if else statement from here and I'll paste it inside this CanActivate method. Again, you can name this method anything. It's not mandatory that you name it CanActivate. But just to keep things simple, I'm naming it as CanActivate. Now, when we have written this if else statement, there we need two things. We need auth service and we need this router instance. For that, inside this function itself, I'm going to create a variable. Again, I'll use const keyword for that. I'll call it auth service. Okay. And here I want Angular to inject an instance of auth service class. Now, in order to use this inject method, we also need to import it from Angular/core. So let's first do that. Okay. And to this inject method, we will specify the type. So here we want Angular to inject an instance of auth service class. And again, in order to use it, we need to import it. And now this auth service, this is not a property, it is a variable. So we don't need to use this keyword here in order to access that variable. Then we also need an instance of router class. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'll create a variable. I'll call it router. Again, I'm going to use the inject method to tell Angular that it has to inject an instance of this router class. And again, in order to use this router class, we need to import it from Angular/router. All right. And here, instead of saying this dot router, we can simply access it like a variable because this router now it is a variable. And that's it. So now what I want is I want to assign this function here instead of this arrow function. So I'll remove it from here. Now, in order to use this function, this CanActivate function inside this routing module, first we need to import it. So let's go ahead and let's write an import statement. What do we want to import? We want to import this CanActivate function. And from where we want to import? Let's specify the path here. So from the current directory, we have this auth file. So from this file, we want to import this CanActivate. And let me go ahead and let me specify this CanActivate function for this CanActivate property inside this array. And with this, now our application should still be working as it was working earlier. So let's save the changes. Let's go back to the application. Okay. And currently, since the page has reloaded, no user is logged in. So if I click on this Buy Now button, it will redirect us to the login page. Now let's go ahead and let's log in here. So for that, I have already specified the username and password. It is basically saved. I will click on this login button. You will see this message, welcome John Smith, you are logged in. So now this user John Smith is logged in to this application. So this user now should be able to access the checkout page. So when I click on this buy now button for any one of these courses, the user will be redirected to checkout page. But if I go ahead and if I log out from here, so you see it says you are now logged out and we have been redirected to login page. Now if I go to the courses page and if I try to access the checkout page by clicking on this buy now button, it will again redirect us to login page. It will not allow us to view the checkout page. So as you can see how simple it is to implement CanActivate Routercard in Angular 15 and higher versions. All we have to do is we have to create a function and we need to assign that function to this CanActivate property. But prior to Angular 15, in Angular 14 and older versions, what we used to do, we need to create a service. That service should implement from CanActivate interface. Then that service class has to provide an implementation for this CanActivate method. And this CanActivate method should have the logic to return a Boolean value based on when do we want to allow user to access a route. But this approach has been simplified in Angular 15 and higher versions. All we have to do is we have to create a function. There we need to write the logic and we need to assign that function to this CanActivate property of that route which we want to protect. Here we want to protect this checkout route. So for this route, we have specified this CanActivate property and to that we have assigned that function. This is all from this lecture. If you have any questions related to CanActivate Routercard, then feel free to ask it. In this lecture, we are going to learn what is CanActivateChild Routercard, when do we use it, and how we can implement it. The Angular's CanActivateChild Routercard runs before we navigate to a child route. And the CanActivateChild Routercard, it is very similar to CanActivate Routercard. So we use both CanActivate Routercard and CanActivateChild Routercard to protect a route. Then what is the difference between CanActivate Routercard and CanActivateChild Routercard? Let's try to understand that. So here I'm in the routing module file and currently we are using this CanActivate Routercard on this checkout route, which is a child route for this courses route. So this CanActivate Routercard, it is only going to protect this route. But let's say we want to protect all the child routes of this courses route. For that, what we can do is we can use this CanActivate on this courses route. So here I'll specify the CanActivate property and to that I'll assign this CanActivate. Now what it will do is, first of all, it will protect this courses route and it will also protect all these child routes. So this is the behavior when we use this CanActivate on a parent route. It protects the parent route as well as it also protects all its child routes. But let's say that is not our requirement. What we want is, we want this courses to be accessed by all the users. But all the child routes for this courses route, for example, all these three routes, it should not be accessed by all the users. It should only be accessed by authorized users. For that again, the solution is very simple. We will remove this CanActivate route guard from the parent route because we want parent route to be accessed by all the users. And we will add this CanActivate route guard on each of the child routes like this. So now only the child routes are protected, but the parent route is not protected. The parent route In our example, this courses route can be accessed by all the users, but all these three child routes, so this route, this popular, and this checkout route, it can only be accessed by the authorized user. So if I go to the application, there you will notice that since the user is not logged in, he is able to access the courses page because it is not protected by CanActivate Route Guard. But if I try to access this details page, I'll be redirected to login page because this details page here, this details route, basically this route here, it is a protected route because we are using this CanActivate Route Guard on that route. So it is protected. So since we are not logged in, we will not be able to access this route. In the same way, if I go back to the courses page and if I try to access the checkout page by clicking on this buy now button, again, I'll be redirected to the login page because here this checkout, it is also protected by CanActivate Route Guard. Now let's say here we have only 3 child routes, but let's say in a real world project, we have, let's say 15 or 20 child routes for a given parent route. In that case, if we want to protect all the child routes, we will have to use this CanActivate Route Guard on all those child routes. Now, instead of doing that, what we can do is on the parent route itself, we can use the CanActivateChild Route Guard. Currently, we are using this CanActivate Route Guard on each of the child routes. But instead of doing that, we can use CanActivateChild Route Guard on the parent route. For that, what we can do is, first of all, I'll remove this CanActivate Route Guard from each of these child routes. And here on the parent route, I'll go ahead and I will specify CanActivate child property. Okay, so each route object also has this CanActivate child property. And to that also we need to assign an array. And inside this array, we need to specify a service or a function. So till Angular 14, what we used to do is we used to create a service. That service should implement from CanActivateChild interface. It should implement CanActivateChild method, and that service can be assigned here. But from Angular 15 and onwards, that approach has changed. So in this lecture, I'm going to show you both the approaches. Let's first see the approach which we have been using in Angular 14 and older versions. And then we will see the latest approach which we can use in Angular 15 and higher versions. So again, I will go back to this authguard service. Now, if you want, you can also create a new service and you can make that service implement from CanActivateChild interface. But here I'm going to make the same service implement from CanActivateChild interface. Okay, so here we have this CanActivateChild interface. In order to use it, we need to import it from Angular/router. Let's do that. And since we are inheriting from this CanActivateChild interface, this interface provides a method called CanActivateChild. And we need to implement that method inside this authguard service. So here, after this CanActivate method, let's go ahead and let's create a method, and the method name is CanActivateChild. Okay, and the signature of this CanActivateChild method is same as the signature of CanActivate method. It also takes two parameters, the route parameter, which is of type activated route snapshot, and the state parameter, which is of type router state snapshot. Here we are calling it child route, but you can name it anything. But the type here is activated route snapshot. In the same way, here the second parameter we are calling it as state, and the type for that parameter is router state snapshot. Now, just like we need to return a Boolean value from this CanActivate route guard, in the same way from this CanActivate child route guard, we need to return a Boolean value. Now, what do we want to return from here? Basically, what we want is if the user is logged in that case, we want to return true from this CanActivate child method. But if the user is not logged in that case, we want to return false from this CanActivate child method. And same logic we are also writing inside this CanActivate method. So if we want, we can copy this logic and we can paste it here. Or what we can also do is from within this CanActivate child method, we can call this CanActivate method. So I'm going to go with that approach because here I don't want to violate dry principle by writing the same logic inside this CanActivate child method. So here what I will do is I'll say this dot CanActivate. So I'm going to call this CanActivate method. Now when we are calling this CanActivate method, we need to provide the value for this route parameter and this state parameter. Now what is the type of this route parameter? It is activated route snapshot. And we are going to receive the same type of parameter for this CanActivateChild method inside this child route. So for this route parameter, I'm going to pass this child route, and for this state parameter, I'm going to pass this state parameter of this CanActivateChild method. Now, this function here, it is going to return a Boolean value. It will either return true or it will return false. And same Boolean value we want to return from this CanActivateChild method. So before this statement, I'll simply use return keyword. So whatever Boolean value this method will return, we want to return the same Boolean value from within this CanActivateChild method. Now all we have to do is we have to assign this authGuard service to this CanActivateChild property, because now this authGuard service, it is also implementing this CanActivateChild interface. So when we will assign this authGuard service here to this CanActivateChild property, it will know that it has to call this CanActivateChild method. So let's go ahead and let's do that. We are already importing this authGuard service here at this line. So I'm going to copy the service class name and I'll assign it here. Okay, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. And now what should happen is this courses page should be accessible because this is the parent route. But all the child routes of this courses should not be accessible. So since we are not logged in, if I click on this details button, you see it is redirecting us to the login page. If I go back again, and if I click on this buy now button, this is also the child route. So if I click on this button, again, it will redirect us to the login page. But if I log in here, so I'll use this user ID and password to log in. As you can see, I'm logged in as John Smith. It will redirect us to the courses page. And now if I try to access this details page, I'm able to access it. And if I try to access this checkout page, I'm able to access it. In the same way, when I'm logged in, I should also be able to access this popular route. All right. So here you will notice that when we have used this CanActivateChild route card, it is protecting only the child routes. It is not protecting the parent route. But when we use CanActivate route card, it protects the parent route as well as it also protects the child routes. All right. So till Angular 14, how do we use to implement CanActivateChild route guard? We create a service. That service should implement from CanActivateChild interface. And that service should also provide an implementation for CanActivateChild method, which should return a Boolean value based on whether we want to allow the user to access the route or not. Now let's see how we can implement the CanActivateChild route guard in Angular 15 and higher versions. So here when I have searched for CanActivate, you will also see CanActivateChild function and CanActivateChild route. So as you can see, this CanActivateChild, it is deprecated in Angular 15 and higher versions. So instead of CanActivateChild, we can use CanActivateChild function. Let's see how we can use that. So let me go back to VS Code. Let's go to routing module. And here to this CanActivateChild, we are assigning a service class. But now instead of assigning a service class, here we can assign a function. A function like this. And from within this function, we need to return a Boolean value, true or false. Okay. Now here what I want is instead of returning a hard-coded Boolean value, true or false, I want to return a Boolean value based on if the user is logged in or not. And that logic is going to contain more than one line of code. So instead of assigning this function like this, what I will do is I'll create a function and I'm going to create that function inside this authguard.ts file. There we already have a function called CanActivate. There I'll also create another function and I'll export it. So I'm going to use this export keyword. I'm going to create a variable using this const keyword and I'll call this variable CanActivateChild. Again, you can name this function anything. It's not mandatory that you name it CanActivateChild. You can name it anything. And to this, I'm going to assign a function. And inside this function, we are going to write the logic to return a Boolean value true if the user is logged in. Otherwise, it should return a Boolean value false if the user is not logged in. Now, to do that, again, I can copy this same code because this code is doing the same thing. So I can copy this code and I can paste it here. Or what I can also do is I can simply call this CanActivate function from within this CanActivateChild function. And that's what I'm going to do here. So I'll simply call CanActivate function from here. And this CanActivate function, it is going to return us a Boolean value. I'm going to return the same Boolean value from within this CanActivateChild function. Now we need to import this CanActivateChild function in routing module. So at this line where we are importing this CanActivate function, there let's also go ahead and let's import CanActivateChild function. And let's go ahead and let's assign this CanActivateChild function to this CanActivateChild property here. Okay, and this should also protect all our child routes. Let's see that. Let's save the changes. And when I'm saving the changes, our Angular application will be reloaded. So you see the application has been reloaded. And since the application is reloaded, no user is logged in now. So if I try to access this details page, I have been redirected to login page. If I try to access the checkout page, again, I have been redirected to login page. But if I go ahead and if I log in, so now John Smith is logged in. Now if he tries to access this details page, he has been redirected to the course details page. And if he tries to check out a course by clicking on the buy now button, in that case also, he should be redirected to checkout page. So now these two child routes are accessible when the user is logged in. But when the user is not logged in, the child routes are not accessible. So this is how we implement CanActivate child route guard in Angular 15 and higher versions. We simply create a function and we assign that function to this CanActivate child property. Now remember that when we use CanActivate child route guard, it only protects the child routes. It does not protect the parent route. If you want to protect both parent route and all its child routes, then instead of using CanActivate child, you should be using CanActivate route guard. In this lecture, let's learn about another route guard of Angular called as CanDeactivate route guard and what is its use and how to implement it. So we use CanDeactivate route guard to decide if the user can navigate away from a route or not. And this route guard is called whenever we try to navigate away from the current route. The best use case where we can use CanDeactivate route guard is, let's say we have a form, user has filled up the form, but before submitting the form, he's trying to navigate away from the current route. Okay, so the user has filled the data in the form, but instead of submitting the form, he has clicked on some other link. Now, the user might have clicked that link by mistake, and the data which he has entered in the form that is not currently saved. So we can use this CanDeactivate route guard to confirm from the user whether he really wants to navigate away from that route or not. So instead of navigating the user right away, we will get a confirmation from the user whether he really wants to navigate away from that route. If he chooses to navigate away, then we will navigate the user away from that route. Otherwise, we will keep the user in the same route. Let's understand CanDeactivate route guard with an example. So in our Angular application, if I go to this contact link, in here we have a contact form where the user can enter his first name, last name, his country, and some message in this subject text area. And then he can submit this form. Now let's say the user has entered his details, maybe his first name, his last name. He has also selected his country and he has entered some message. Now, without clicking on this submit button, if he tries to navigate away from this page, what we want to get a confirmation from the user whether he really wants to navigate away because the user has unsaved changes. So when the user has unsaved changes, before navigating the user away from this current route, from this contact page, we will get the confirmation from the user, and based on that, we will either navigate the user away from the route or we will keep the user in this same route. For that, we can use CanDeactivate route guard. So let's see how we can implement CanDeactivate route guard. Let's go to VS Code. And here we want to use CanDeactivate route guard on this contact route. Okay. Now again, till Angular 14, we used to use CanDeactivate interface in order to implement CanDeactivate route guard. But from Angular 15, instead of using CanDeactivate interface, we use a functional approach. And I'm going to show you both the approaches here. So let's first see how we used to implement CanDeactivate route guard till Angular 14. Let's go to our authguard service here. There we have this authguard service class which is currently implementing from CanActivate and CanActivateChild interface. Now what I want is I'm also going to implement CanDeactivate interface for this authguard service. So here let's specify CanDeactivate, and in order to use this CanDeactivate we also need to import it from Angular/router. Okay, and this CanDeactivate interface, it is of generic type. So here we also need to specify a type, and we want to use this CanDeactivate route guard on this contact route. And for the contact route, which view we are displaying the view of contact component. So there, the type I'm going to specify as contact component. And in order to use this contact component, we also need to import it. So in this way, we are inheriting from this CanDeactivate interface, and there we have specified the type as contact component. Now this CanDeactivate interface, it provides a method called as CanDeactivate. So since this authguard service class, it is implementing this CanDeactivate interface, we need to implement CanDeactivate method. Okay, and this CanDeactivate method, it takes 4 parameters. The first parameter will be the component, and its type will be the component class on which we want to use this CanDeactivate route guard. The second parameter is of type activated route snapshot. We are calling it current route. The third parameter, it is of type router state snapshot. We are calling it current state. And the fourth parameter, which is an optional parameter, it is also of type router state snapshot, and we are calling it next state. And this CanDeactivate function here, it should return either a Boolean value or it should return an observable which emits a Boolean value, or it should return a promise which resolves to a Boolean value. Okay, so let me go ahead and let me remove this return type from here. All right, now what we learned, that this function should return a Boolean value. Okay, also let me move these parameters in a separate line so that it will be readable. All right, now from this function, let's first return true. Okay, this function should return a Boolean value. Now this authguard service, it is implementing this CanDeactivate interface, and for that interface it has also implemented this CanDeactivate method. Now we can go ahead and we can use this authguard service class on those routes where we want to use CanDeactivate route guard. So let's go to routing module. There we want to use the CanDeactivate route guard on this route. So each route also has a property called CanDeactivate. To this property also we need to assign an array, and inside this array we need to specify the service class which is implementing from CanDeactivate interface. In our case, this authguard service class, it is implementing from CanDeactivate interface. So let's specify it here. Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page, and there we have used the CanDeactivate route guard on this contact page. So currently we are in the contact page. Now we have learned that the CanDeactivate route guard gets called when we try to navigate away from the current route. Okay, we are using this CanDeactivate route guard on this contact route. So when I try to navigate away from this route, at that time CanDeactivate route guard will be called. So if I try to navigate away to courses page, the CanDeactivate route guard will be called. Currently from the CanDeactivate method, we are returning true. So that's why we are able to navigate away. But if I return false, in that case, we will not be able to navigate away. If I save the changes, let's go to contact page. And now, since we are returning false from the CanDeactivate method, now we will not be able to navigate away from this contact page. So if I click on this courses link, you see I'm not able to navigate away. If I click on this about link, I'm not able to navigate away. If I click on this home link, I'm not able to navigate away. Okay, so from this CanDeactivate method, if we return true, then the user will be allowed to navigate away from the route. But if we return false, the user will not be allowed to navigate away from the route. The user will stay put in the same route. Now here, instead of returning a hard-coded value, we want to return a Boolean value based on some condition. And the condition is going to be, let's say, if the user has entered some text in these text boxes and he's trying to navigate away without saving the changes, at that time, we want to get the confirmation from the user whether he really wants to navigate away. So what I'm going to do is, for these fields, I'm going to create properties in our contact component class. Let's scroll up. Here we have our contact component. In the contact component class, let's go ahead and let's create 4 properties. First property will be first name. It is going to be of type string, and initially I'll assign it with empty string. Then let's create another property called last name. It is also going to be of type string, and initially it will be empty string. Then let's create another property called country for country dropdown. It is also going to be of type string, and initially let's say the initial value for this country should be USA. So whenever the page loads for the first time, USA should be selected by default. So for that I can say USA. Okay, because if I go to contact component.html, there you will notice that we have this country drop down, and there we have this option called USA, and for that the value is USA, and this value I'm assigning here. So in that case, that USA option will be selected by default. Then finally, let's also have a message property. It is also going to be of type string, and initially it will be empty string. Now what I want is, I want to bind these properties to these input elements. For that, I'm going to use two-way data binding using ng model directive. So here, in order to use ng model, we need to use square brackets. Inside that, we need to use a set of parentheses. And in there, we can say ng model. And to that, let's assign a property. So here, we want to bind this input element, this first name input element with first name property. In the same way, let me copy this line. We want to bind this last name input element with last name property. Then we want to bind this country input to country property. And finally, we want to bind this text area to message property. Let's save the changes. And now, since we are using ng model here, we also need to import forms module from angular/form in our module file. So let's scroll down. Let's go to app module.ts. There, again, let's scroll down to imports array, and let's import forms module from angular/forms. Let's save the changes again. Let's close this file. All right, so here we have done two-way data binding. So now what will happen is, whatever value we will enter inside this first name input, that value will be assigned to this first name property. In the same way, whatever value the user will input inside this last name input element, that value will be assigned to this last name property. Then whatever country the user will select from this drop down, that country value will be assigned to this country property. And whatever value the user will enter inside this text area, that value will be assigned to this message property. Then let's also create a property called is submitted. It is going to be of type Boolean, and initially let's set it to false. Okay, and what I'm going to do is on this input button, I'm going to bind click event, and when this button is clicked, I want to call on submit method. Let's go ahead and let's create this on submit method inside our component class, and there I will simply set this dot is submitted to true. Next, let's create another method and let's call it CanExit. And in this method, we are going to check if this first name property has some value, that means if it is not empty string, or if this last name property has some value, or this message property has some value, and the submit button is not clicked yet, that means this is submitted is false. And if the user tries to navigate away, in that case, we will first get confirmation from the user whether he really wants to navigate. Then only we will either navigate the user away from the route or we will keep the user in the same route. So here inside this CanExit method, let's write an if statement, and in there we are going to check if this dot first name has some value. That means if this dot first name is not empty string, and remember that empty string is a falsy value. So if the user has not entered anything in the first name input field, in that case this first name will be empty string and the empty string will be falsy value. So this expression here, it will return false. Then we will also check if this dot last name, it is also not empty string. Okay, again empty string is a falsy value. So if this last name is storing an empty string, in that case this condition here, it will return false. Similarly, we will also check for message. So here we will say this dot message. This should also not be empty string. So if first name has some value, or if last name has some value, or this message has some value, in that case, if the user tries to navigate away, we want to get a confirmation from the user. For that, I am going to use this confirm function. And here we will say, you have unsaved changes. Do you want to navigate away? Okay, and this confirm function, it is going to return a Boolean value, true or false. If the user clicks on OK button, it will return true. If the user clicks on cancel button, it will return false. So that Boolean value we want to return from here. Okay, and then let's also write this else part. And from the else part, we are simply going to return true. Okay, now we want to use this CanExit method, and whatever value this CanExit method will return, that we want to return from this CanDeactivate route card. So here we have an instance of this contact component inside this component parameter, because if you see, the type for this component parameter is contact component. So here we can simply say return component dot can exit. Okay, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page and let's see if this implementation works or not. So currently we are in the contact page. We have not filled anything in the form. If I try to navigate away, it is allowing us to navigate away. Now if I go to the contact page and if I enter something, and now if I try to navigate away, for some reason we are able to navigate away. Let me actually see if we have any error. So here we have an error and it says if ng model is used within a form tag, either the name attribute must be set or the form control must be defined. Okay, so here if I go back and if we go to contact component.html, you will notice that we have created this form. Inside this form we have these input elements, but on these input elements we don't have a name. So what I will do is I will add a name attribute on each of these tags. With this, let's save the changes. Let's go back to the web page. Let me enter something and let me try to navigate away. So you see, now we are getting this message. You have unsaved changes. Do you want to navigate away? If I click on this cancel button, we will stay in the same route, but if we click on this OK button, we will be navigated away. As you can see, now we are navigated away to courses page. So this is how we use CanDeactivate route card. Okay, currently we don't have any unsaved changes because we have not filled anything in the form. If I try to navigate away, it should allow us. But if I fill something, and let's say last name also, and without submitting the form, if I try to navigate away, it is showing us this confirm window where it asks, you have unsaved changes, do you want to navigate away? If I click on cancel, we will stay put in the same route, but if we click on this OK button, we will be navigated away. Now there is one more condition which I want to add here. So let's go to contact component.ts. So we want to check if any of these fields has a value and if the is submitted is false. That means the form is not submitted. Then only we want to show this confirm window. Otherwise, if the form is submitted, then user should be allowed to navigate away. So for that, what I will do is I will wrap these three conditions within parenthesis like this. And after that, I will use AND operator, and there I will say this dot is submitted. So if this dot is submitted is false, so for that, before this, I'll use a not operator. Okay, so as long as this is submitted is false and any of these properties has a value, we will not allow user to navigate away without saving the changes. All right, let's save the changes here. Now let's go back to authguard service.ts file. And there you will notice that for this CanDeactivate method, we are explicitly specifying the component type as contact component. That means we can only use this CanDeactivate route guard on contact component. But what if we want to use it on other components as well? For that, what we can do is we can create an interface. We can create that interface in a separate file, or we can also create it here. So before this class, I'm going to create an interface. And to create an interface, we use interface keyword. And I'm going to call this interface IDeactivate component. You can name this anything, okay? And in order to make this interface available in other files as well, I'm also going to use the export keyword here so that we can use this interface in other files. And this interface is going to expose a method. We are going to call this method CanExit, okay? And what this method is going to return, it is either going to return a Boolean value or it is going to return an observable which should emit a Boolean value, or it should return a promise which resolves to a Boolean value. And now any class which inherits from this interface, it has to provide an implementation for this CanExit method. And here, instead of specifying a component class name, we will use this interface name, which is IDeactivate component. So now the type here for this CanDeactivate is going to be IDeactivate component. Okay. And here also, instead of saying contact component, we will say IDeactivate component. And this IDeactivate component has this CanExit method because it is exposing this CanExit method and we are calling it on this component. Okay. Now, on whichever component we want to use this CanDeactivate route, that component should inherit from this IDeactivate component interface. Currently, we only want to use this CanDeactivate route on the contact component. So here, this component should inherit. For that, we can use this implements keyword and it should implement from IDeactivate component. And in order to use this IDeactivate component, we also need to import it from this file. And since this contact component is now implementing from this IDeactivate component, it needs to provide an implementation for this CanExit method. And we are already doing that. We are already implementing this CanExit method. With this, if we save the changes, the functionality should still be working. Let's go back. Let's go to contact page. Let's type something here and let's try to navigate away. You see, it is asking for our confirmation. If I click on cancel, we will stay in the same page. But if I click on this OK button, we will be navigated away. So this is how we can implement CanDeactivate route guard in Angular till Angular 14. But from Angular 15, the way we implement CanDeactivate route guard, it has changed. And let me show you how we can implement CanDeactivate route guard in Angular 15 and higher versions. So till Angular 14, what we had to do? We had to create a service class. That service class should implement from CanDeactivate interface, and it should also provide an implementation for this CanDeactivate method, which should return a Boolean value based on whether we want the user to navigate away from the route or not. Now from Angular 15, what we can do is, so from here I will simply remove this auth card service, and here what we can do is we can simply pass a function. Now you can also create this function in a separate file and assign this function here, or you can also write a function like this. Now this function, it is going to receive a property. Let's call that property comp. And here we need to specify the type for that comp parameter. And this comp parameter, it should be of type component class. So here we can specify any component class. Currently we want to use this CanDeactivate route guard on this contact component. So I'm going to specify the type here as contact component. And now from within the body, all we have to do is we can say return comp dot, and this CanDeactivate component has this CanExit method. So let's select that method and let's also call it. And that's it. Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page, and this implementation should also be working. Let's go to contact page. Here I have not entered anything in the form. If I try to navigate away, I should be able to navigate away. But if I enter something in these input elements and without submitting, if I try to navigate away, you see, we are seeing this window. It asks, you have unsaved changes. Do you want to navigate away? If I click on cancel button, I will stay put. But if I click on OK button, I will be navigated away. So this is how we can implement CanDeactivate route guard in Angular 15 and higher versions. Okay, we can also create this function separately in a separate file. For example, if we want, we can create this function inside our authguard.ts file, where we are creating function for CanActivate and CanActivateChild. So that is also possible. All right, so I hope now you have a better understanding of what CanDeactivate route guard is, when do we use it, and how we can implement it in Angular application. Now, this approach here, which we are using, here we are using CanDeactivate function. Okay, but here we are using CanDeactivate interface in order to implement CanDeactivate route guard. This is all from this lecture. If you have any questions, then feel free to ask it. Thank you for listening and have a great day. In this lecture, we are going to learn about resolve route guard in Angular. The resolve route guard in Angular can be used when we want to load some data before we navigate to a route. Let's try to understand resolve route guard with an example. So in our Angular application, if I go to this courses page, there we are displaying a list of courses. Now this list of courses we are creating using an array. So if I go to VS Code, and there if I open courses service, you see here we are creating an array, and this array has a list of courses. So currently we are creating these courses in memory using an array. But in real world applications, a list like a user list or a product list or a course list, it will come from a database. So from our client app, we make a request to an API. API fetches the data from the database and it sends us that data in the response. Now this process of making the request and receiving the response, it might take some time. Once you make the request from your client application, to get the response, let's say it takes 5 seconds. So for those 5 seconds, the data will not be available in the client. After 5 seconds only, when we will receive the response, the data will be available. So let's go ahead and let's try to simulate that scenario. For that, what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to create a method. I'll call this method get all courses. And what this method will do is, it will return this course list. Now it will not return this course list immediately. Instead, it will return this course list after a time interval. And when this method will return that course list, it will return it asynchronously. Because when we are working with HTTP request and response, there we work with asynchronous data, right? So same thing we want to simulate here. And to simulate asynchronous behavior, here I'm going to use observable. For that, let's create a new observable. And in order to use this observable, we also need to import it from RxJS library. Okay. Now to the constructor of this observable, let's pass a callback function. And this callback function is going to receive a parameter, the subscriber. So let's simply call it as sub. And from within here, what we want is, we want to return this course list, but we want to return it after 5 seconds. So inside this callback function, I'm going to use set timeout. Okay. And this set timeout function takes two parameters. The first parameter will be a callback function, and the second parameter will be time interval. For the time interval, here let me specify the time interval as 5 seconds. And after 5 seconds, what we want to do is, from within this observable, we want to emit this course list. So here I can say sub dot next, and I want to emit this courses array. And here we should be using it using this keyword. All right. Now let's go to the component where we are using this course list. So we are using this course list inside the courses component. Let me collapse this contact component and let's go to courses component.ts file. There you will notice that we have this all courses property, and we are assigning this all courses property here inside this ng on init. So here, instead of directly accessing this courses, we want to call get all courses method. Okay. And from here, we are going to return this observable so that we can subscribe to it. Let's go back to courses component. And here, this get all courses, it is going to return an observable. Let's go ahead and let's subscribe to that observable. And to this subscribe method, let's pass a callback function. This callback function, it is going to receive the list of courses. It is going to receive the data. So let's simply call it as data. Now, inside this callback function, I'm going to set this all courses property to this data, the data which the observable is going to emit. And what data the observable is going to emit? It is going to emit this courses list. Okay, let's save the changes here. Let's go to course component and there let's fix the error. So here we have not specified the type for this data parameter, but we know that in this data we are going to receive a list of courses. So we have a model called course. We are going to use that model. So this data, it is going to be of type course array. And now that error is gone. Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page and just notice what happens when I try to navigate to this courses link. So when I click on this courses link, you will see that the course list is not being displayed here, and the course list will be available after 5 seconds. Okay, let me show you it again. So I'll go to contact page and again I'll go to this courses link. So for the 5 seconds, the course list is not available, and after 5 seconds, when the set timeout interval will complete, it is going to return us this course list, and we are displaying that course list here. So here we are simply trying to simulate the HTTP request and response behavior, because we know that when we make a request to the server might take some time in sending us the response. So we are just trying to simulate that situation. So the problem here is, now when we navigate to this courses page, for the 5 seconds when the data is not available, it is displaying an empty view. It is only displaying the course list after 5 seconds. So what we want is, When we are not inside this courses link, when we are not here in this route, let's say I'm in the home route, and when I try to go to this courses route, we know that the data will be available only after 5 seconds. So what we want is, we want to load the data, and once the data is loaded, then only we want to navigate the user to this courses link. So when I click on this courses link, after 5 seconds when the data is available, then only I should be redirected to this courses page. How can we achieve that? For that, we can use resolve route guard. Let's see how we can implement resolve route guard in Angular. So let's go to VS Code. And again, till Angular 14, we used to implement a resolve route guard using a resolve interface. And from Angular 15, the resolve interface is deprecated. Instead, we use a resolve function. So I'm going to show you both the ways. Let's first see how we can implement resolve route guard using resolve interface. So again, what you can do is you can create a service class, and that service class can inherit resolve interface. But here I'm not going to create a new service class. Instead, I'm going to make this authGuard service class inherit from resolve interface. So again, here I'll use comma, and now I want to inherit from resolve interface. And in order to use this resolve interface, we also need to import it from Angular/router. So this is the first step. Now this resolve interface, it is of generic type. So basically, unlike other route guards, this resolve route guard, it is going to emit some data. Okay, it is not going to emit a Boolean value. It is going to emit some data. So we need to specify the type of data which this resolve guard is going to emit. In this case, the resolve guard is going to emit an array of courses. Okay, so let's import this course model, and here let's specify that it is going to emit a course array. This is the first step. Now, since our authGuard service class is inheriting from this resolve route guard, now it has to implement a method called resolve. So here, let's go ahead and let's implement resolve method. And this resolve method is again going to take two parameters. It is going to take a parameter of type activated route snapshot, and it is also going to take a parameter of type router state snapshot. And from within this method, we need to return a list of courses, because that's what we have specified the return type as. Okay, so this resolve method, it is going to return a list of courses. Now, where do we have our list of courses? We have our list of courses in the courses service. So what we want is, first of all, we want to inject an instance of this courses service inside this authGuard service. So for that, here at the top, let's go ahead and let's create a property. Let's call it maybe course service. It is going to be of type course service. Okay, and using the inject method, we are going to tell Angular to inject an instance of this course service. All right, now once we have the instance of the course service, using that instance, what we can do is we can call getAllCourses method. Now this getAllCourses method, it is going to return us an observable. We are going to subscribe to that observable, and to this subscribe method, let's pass a callback function. This callback function is going to receive the data which the observable has emitted. So I'll simply call it as maybe courses. Okay, and from here we want to return that courses. So let me create a variable. Let's call it course list. Initially it will be empty array. Okay, and here let's set this course list to this courses parameter. Okay, and let me also specify the type here. So it is going to be of type course array. Here also I'll specify the type as course array. Okay, and now here we have this error. It says cannot assign to course list because it is a constant. So here instead of const, I'll use let keyword. And finally, from this resolve method, I'm going to return this course list. So keep in mind that this resolve method, it is going to return us some data. So on whichever route we will use this resolve guard, there with the route, it is also going to pass some data. It is going to load the data before we navigate to the route. Now we want to use this resolve route guard on this courses route, because it is this courses route where we are displaying the list of courses. So what we want is when the user tries to navigate to this courses route, there first we want to load the course list, and once the course list is available, then only we want to navigate the user to that route. For that, on this route, we are going to use a property called resolve. Okay, and to this property we need to assign an object. Okay, so for other routes we assign an array, but for resolve route guard we need to assign an object. In that object we need to specify a property name. I am going to call it as courses, and to this we need to assign the service class which is implementing from resolve interface. In this case, this auth guard service, it is implementing from resolve interface. So we can assign this class to this courses property here. Now, here what will happen is, since we have used this resolve route guard on this route, here we are creating a courses property, and to that we have assigned this auth guard service. Now this auth guard service, it is implementing from resolve interface, and we are also providing the implementation for resolve method. So here, when we have assigned this auth guard service to this courses, this data which this resolve method is returning, that data will be assigned to this courses property. Now this courses property, it will be available in the activated route instance. And what is this courses property storing? It is storing a list of courses which this resolve method is returning. Okay, now what we are going to do is, in our courses component, so let's go to course component.ts file. We know that this component will be rendered when we go to courses route. Now, since we have used a resolve route guard on that route, before loading the view of this component, it is going to load the data. It is going to load the course list, and we can retrieve that course list from the activated route. And to get that value, what we are going to do is, let me comment this line here. And now we want to read the value of the courses from the activated route. And in this class, we are already injecting an instance of this activated route. We are calling it active route. So let's first access that instance. Let's say this dot active route. On that, we are going to use snapshot property. And on that snapshot property, we are going to use data. Okay, if I hover over this data, you will see that it is going to return us the static and resolved data of this route. And to this data, we need to specify the name of the property. The name of the property is courses. Let's quickly verify that. So here you see the name of the property is courses. So we need to specify this property name here. Okay, and it will return us the data which is stored inside this courses property. And let's go ahead and let's assign it to all courses property. So let's say this dot all courses equals whatever data this line of code is going to return us. With this, let's save the changes. And if we go to the web page, now currently we are in the contact page. Let's try to go to the courses page. So when I go to the courses page, you see we have been immediately redirected to the courses page, which should not have happened. And after 5 seconds also, the course list is not being displayed here. That's because if I go back to VS Code and if we go to our resolve route guard implementation, here we are working with asynchronous data, right? So here what will happen is we are creating this course list. Now this line of code will run asynchronously. Only after 5 seconds, this courses data will be available. So it will run asynchronously. So the control will move immediately to the next line and it will run this course list. Now initially this course list is empty array. It will only get assigned with the actual course list after 5 seconds because this code will run asynchronously. So when this return statement will be encountered, by that time the course list is still empty array. So this empty array will be returned from here. Okay. Now if you notice the signature of this resolve route guard here, it can either return an array of courses or it can return an observable which emits an array of courses, or it can also return a promise which emits an array of courses. Right. So here we are going to return an observable which emits an array of courses. For that, what we are going to do is, I'm going to comment all these 3 lines. It is not required. And from here, we want to return an observable. Now we know that this get all courses service, it is already going to return us an observable, which is going to emit data of type course array, right? So I'm going to return that same observable from here. Now here we have an error and it says that the observable of unknown is not assignable to type course. That's because when we are creating this observable, this get all courses, it is going to return us an observable. And when we have created that observable, we have not specified what type of data it is going to emit. So by default, it is unknown. So let's go ahead and let's specify the type also. So we know that this observable, it is going to return a data of type course array. With this, let's save the changes. Let's save the changes here as well. And actually, let me remove these commented codes because they're not required. All right, so this is our resolve route guard. Let's save the changes now. Let's go to the web page. And here you see we don't see any view. Let's wait for 5 seconds. And after 5 seconds, when the data is available, then only the view for that courses route has been displayed. Let's go to home page. From there, if I click on this course link, I have clicked on this course link several times. But since the data is not available for 5 seconds, we will not see the view of this for 5 seconds. Only after 5 seconds, when the data is available, then only we will be redirected to this courses route. And this is the use of resolve route guard. We use resolve route guard to load some data before navigating to a route. Now, how have we implemented this resolve route guard? For that, for this auth guard service, we have inherited this resolve interface. Then we have implemented this resolve method, and this resolve method should return some data, the data which we want to use in the component view. Then we are using this resolve route guard. By using this resolve property, to that we are assigning an object. In that object, we are creating a property called courses, and to that courses property, we are assigning this service which is implementing from resolve interface. Now we are extracting this data from the active route. So if I go to course component.ts, there we are extracting the data from the active route using this data property. So as you can see, this data property, it gives us a static or resolved data for this current active route. All right, so this is how we used to implement resolve route guard in Angular 14 and lower versions. Now let's see how we can implement resolve route guard in Angular 15 and higher versions. So again, I'll go back to routing module.ts. There we are using this resolve property, and to that resolve property we have assigned an object. There we are specifying this courses. Now instead of assigning a service class to this courses property, here we can assign a function like this. And in here we can write the logic to get the data and return the data. But instead of doing it like this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this function separately. So let me remove it from here. Okay, and let's go to our authguard.ts file. There, let's create and export a function. And let's call this function resolve. Okay, you can name it anything. And here I'm using arrow function syntax. Inside this function, we are going to write the same logic which we have written inside this resolve method. So here I'm going to copy this line of code and I'm going to paste it here. Now in here, we need an instance of this course service. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable. I'll call it course service, and I'll ask Angular to inject an instance of this course service. For that, I'll use this inject method, and we want Angular to inject an instance of course service. Okay. In this way, inside this course service variable, we will have an instance of course service. So we don't need to access this variable using this keyword. We can simply access it like this. And now we are going to assign this function to the resolve property. So first of all, we need to import it from this authguard file. So here I'm going to import resolve method, And now to this courses property, I'm going to assign that resolve method. With this, let's save the changes and let's see if the functionality is working or not. So for the 5 seconds, no data is being displayed. And after 5 seconds, when the data will be available, it will display the list of courses. If I go to home page and then if I try to navigate to courses page, for the 5 seconds, we will not be able to navigate. After 5 seconds, when the data will be available, the view of the courses link will be displayed. And this is the use of resolve route card. Now, if you notice, if I go to home page and if I go to this courses page, for the 5 seconds, nothing is happening. So the user will not come to know that behind the scenes, the data is being loaded. And once the data is loaded, then only the user will be redirected to courses page. User does not know about this. So what we can do here is, by the time the data loads, for example, from the home page, when I move to courses page, for the 5 seconds, when the data is loading, we can show a loading spinner. And I will show you how to do that in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talk about navigation events in Angular. So what are these navigation events? In Angular, when we navigate from one route to another route, there is a sequence of navigation events that is triggered by Angular router. For example, currently I'm in the home page of our Angular application. Now from the home page, when I move to about page, behind the scenes, a sequence of navigation events will be triggered. Now, these navigation events ranges from when the navigation start to when the navigation end. And in between, we have other navigation events. Okay, so every time we navigate from one route to another route, behind the scenes, a sequence of navigation events will be triggered. Now, if you want to see what are the events that has been triggered when you navigate from one route to another route, you can enable tracing for your routes. For example, let's go to VS Code. And here we are defining all our routes. Now, if I scroll down, here inside the imports array, we are registering those routes using this for route method. Now, after we have registered these routes, to this for route method, we can also pass an optional second parameter. And that parameter is going to be an anonymous object. And in that object, we need to specify a property called enable tracing. And we need to set it to true. Now what this will do is, it will log all the navigation events which will be triggered when we navigate from one route to another route into the browser's developer console. Let's see that. So let's save the changes here. Let's go to our application. Currently, I'm in the about page. Let's open developer console here. Okay, so as you can already see, there are some navigation events which has been logged here, but I'll clear the console and I'll show you from start. So currently I'm in the about page. From the about page, when I move to contact page, you will see that there is a sequence of events that has been logged. For example, there is this navigation start event which gets fired when the navigation starts. Then we have this routes recognized event, and this event gets fired when the route is recognized. For example, currently the route is route URL/contact, and we have defined this route here. Okay, so here we are defining that route. So when this route will be recognized, this route recognized event will be fired. Then this guards check start event will be fired when the router will start checking what are the guards we are using on the current route. Okay. In the same way, we also have this guards check end when the checking of guards is finished. And in between, we have other events as well. And if I scroll down, the last event should be navigation end event. So you can see we have this navigation end event. And all these events are instance of this router event. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go deep into each of these events and explain them one by one. That is out of the scope of this lecture and also of this course. But these are some events which gets fired when we navigate from one route to another route. Now, as a developer, what we can do is we can subscribe to these events and we can execute some code when one of these events happens. Let's try to understand this with a simple use case. So let me go ahead and let me close this developer console here. Now, currently in our application, when we go to this courses page, for example, if I click on this courses link, for the 5 seconds, behind the scenes, the data is getting loaded. So for the 5 seconds, you will not see the view of the courses page. only after 5 seconds when the data is available, then only you will see the view of the courses page, as you would have noticed here. So if I go to home page, and now if I click on this courses link, it will take 5 seconds to load the data behind the scenes, and after 5 seconds when the data is loaded, it will display the view of that route. Now the end user does not know that behind the scenes Angular is loading data, and the user might end up clicking the link several times thinking that the link is not working. Right. To avoid this, what we can do is we can display a loading indicator while the data is loading behind the scenes. And when the data is completely available, we can hide the loading indicator and display the view of the route. And for that, we can make use of navigation events. So here what is happening is when I'm moving from some other route to this courses page, that means when I click on this courses link, a navigation start event will happen. And once the view of this courses page is displayed, the navigation end event will happen. Now what we want is when the navigation start happens, we want to show a loading indicator. And once the navigation end event happens, we want to hide the loading indicator. Let's see how we can achieve that. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to write the HTML for displaying the loading indicator. So the first question which will come to your mind is where should we display the loading indicator? We have several components here in our Angular application. So in which component we should be showing the loading indicator? Well, the answer is if we go to this app component, here we are using this router outlet, and we have learned that based on the route we have selected, this router outlet will be replaced by the view of that route. So what we want is by the time the view is not rendered, we want to display a loading indicator. So we will write the HTML for that loading indicator here. So here let me go ahead and let me add a div. On this div, I'm going to add a CSS class and I'm going to call it maybe overlay. And inside this div, I'm going to add another div, and this div is basically going to display the loading indicator. So the above div is for overlay and this div is for loading indicator. Here also, let me go ahead and let me add a CSS class and I'll call it loader. Okay, let me save the changes. Now I have already written this overlay CSS class and this loader CSS class inside the style.css file. So let me open style.css, and here you will see that we have a CSS class called loader and we have a CSS class called overlay. So if I go to the web page, you can see a loading indicator. Now we don't want to display this loading indicator always. Initially, this loading indicator should not be displayed. So let's go to VS Code and let's go to app component.ts file. There, I'll create a property. I'll call it show loader and it is going to be of type boolean, and initially I'll set it to false. Okay, and now I'm going to use this property in the HTML. So on this div, I'm going to use ngIf directive, and to that I'm going to assign that property. So initially this property is false. In that case, this div will not be rendered in the web page. So if I go to web page, you see that loading indicator is no more there. Okay, only when the value of this show loader will be true, that time only this div will be displayed in the web page. It will be rendered in the DOM. So now what we want is, let's go to app component.ts file. Let me close this style.css and let me also close other files here. All right, let's go to app component.ts, and here I'm going to use this ng on init lifecycle hook. And inside this ng on init, we are going to write some condition based on which router event has happened. Now, in order to work with the router events, first of all, we need an instance of router class inside this app component. So here, I'm going to use the inject method to ask Angular to provide us an instance of router class. Okay, and in order to work with this router class, we need to import it from Angular/router. Okay, and here let's create a property. Let's call it router. It is going to be of type router. Now let's go ahead and let's access this router property. So for that, let's say this dot router, and this router instance will have an events property, and we want to subscribe to those events. So whenever a router event will happen, we want to subscribe to that event. Now here, to this subscribe method, we need to pass a callback function, as we already know. And this callback function is going to receive the event object which has occurred. So let's simply call it as event, or we can also call it as router event. So let's say the navigation start event has happened. And since we have subscribed to this events property, whenever the navigation start event will happen, an instance of that navigation start event, it will be assigned to this router event parameter. So here it is going to be of type event, and we need to import this event from Angular/router. Okay, so again, this router instance, it is going to have this events property, and this events is nothing but it is an observable, as you can see. And this observable, it is going to emit a data of type event, as you can see here. And we have subscribed to that observable. So whenever a navigation event will happen, the instance of that navigation event object will be assigned to this router event. Now inside this callback function, what we are going to do is we are going to write an if statement, and there we will check if that instance, if it is of type navigation start. So here we will say the event instance which we are going to receive for this router event parameter, if it is an instance of, let's say, navigation start. Okay, and in order to use this navigation start, we also need to import it from Angular/router. So if the navigation start event has happened, this router event parameter, it will receive an instance of navigation start. So we are checking if that instance is an instance of navigation start class. In that case, we are going to set this show loader to true. So here we'll say this dot show loader equals true. Okay. So when we are setting this show loader to true, in that case, the loading indicator will be displayed in the web page. Now, once the view is completely loaded for that route, we also want to hide the loading indicator. And we know that once the view of a router is completely loaded, the navigation end event will happen. So when the navigation end event will happen, we want to hide the loading indicator. Now, when the navigation load event will happen, in that case, this router event, it will be assigned with an instance of navigation end object. So next, we are going to check if this router event, if it is an instance of navigation end. And again, in order to use this navigation end class, we need to import it from Angular/router. So if this router event parameter, it is storing an instance of navigation end, in that case, we want to set this show loader to false. So we'll say this dot show loader equals false. And that's it. Now let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. Let's go to home page. So when we move to home page, the navigation start and navigation end event happened so quickly that we were not able to see the loading indicator. In the same way, if we go to about page, the navigation start and end event happened so quickly that we were not able to see the loading indicator. In the same way, if I go to contact page, again, the navigation start and navigation end event, it happened very quickly. But now when we go to the courses page, there the navigation start event will happen. We can see the loading indicator, and after 5 seconds, when the data is completely loaded, the navigation end event will happen. And once the navigation end event has happened, now we are not seeing the loading indicator, because when the navigation end event has happened, this router event, it is assigned with an instance of navigation end event. In that case, we are setting this show loader to false. So this div, which is showing that loading indicator, it has been removed from the DOM. Okay, so this is how we can make use of router events. Here we are making use of navigation start event and navigation end event, and these two are router events. Now if I go to the web page and if we go to the contact page, there, if I enter something in these forms, And now if I try to navigate away, since on this contact route we have added CanDeactivate route card, if I try to move away from this route now without submitting these changes, you see it is asking us for this confirmation. Now if I click on this cancel button here, in that case navigation cancel event will happen. Keep in mind that the navigation start event has already happened. In that case, the show loader is set to true. So it will show a loading indicator. Now when I click on this cancel button, you see it is showing that loading indicator. But since the navigation end event has not happened here, because the navigation has not ended, the navigation has been cancelled. So in that case, this property, this show loader, it has not been set to false. And that's why we are still seeing this loading indicator. So what we also want is when the navigation is cancelled, at that time also we want to hide this loading indicator. For that, here we can write another condition. So here I'm going to use OR operator, and there we will say if this router event, if it is an instance of navigation cancel event. Again, in order to use the navigation cancel, we need to import it from Angular/router. So in that case also, we want to hide this loading indicator. We want to set this show loader to false. Let's save the changes. And let me actually move this OR statement in a separate line so that it will be more readable. Right? Let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. And now if I make this form dirty by entering something in these input elements, and I'm not going to submit this form, let me try to navigate away from this contact route. So I'll click on this home link. We are getting this confirmation window. If I click cancel here, the navigation cancel event will happen. And since when the navigation cancel event is happening, we are setting this show loader to false. Now you will notice that no loading indicator is being displayed. Finally, what we also want is, let's say while navigating from one route to another route, some error has happened. In that case also, we want to hide the loading indicator. So in here, I'm also going to check for navigation error event. So that is another event which can happen when we navigate from one route to another route. So we'll check if the router event, if it is an instance of navigation error event. Again, in order to use this navigation error, you need to import it from Angular/router. All right, so let's quickly test our application now with all the logic which we have written so far using this router events. So if I go to home page, the navigation start and end event happened so quickly that we are not able to see the loading indicator. Same thing will happen for the about link, and same thing will happen for the contact link. Now, when I click on this courses link, you see it is showing a loading indicator. And once the data is available, the navigation end event will happen and the loading indicator will be removed and the view of that route will be displayed, as you can see. Similarly, in the contact page, if I make the form dirty and if I don't submit the form and if I try to navigate away, if I click on cancel, it is not showing the loading indicator. If I click on OK, we will be navigated away from that route. So from the contact, we have been moved to about page. So I hope with this example, now you understand what is a navigation event in Angular and how we can make use of navigation event in our Angular application. In this lecture, let's learn how we can pass some data with a route. So Angular allows us to pass data through a route. The route data can be either a static data or it can also be a dynamic data. Now we have already learned how we can pass data using a query parameter and using a route parameter. But in this lecture, we will learn how we can pass static or dynamic data with a route without using query string or route parameter. So here I am in our Angular application. Now in this application, if I go to this courses page and here, if I click on the buy now button of any one of these courses, first of all, it is redirecting us to the login page because we are not logged in. So let me go ahead and let me log in here. Okay, and then now it is redirecting us to the courses page. And here, let me go ahead and let me click on the buy now button of one of these courses. And it has redirected us to the checkout page. Now in the checkout page, we are showing static information. So all these values which you see here, this course name, this price, this subtotal, everything is hard coded. But now what we want is, we want to display the details of that course for which the buy now button has been clicked. So let's see how we can do that. Let's go to VS Code. And first of all, I'm going to show you how we can pass static data to a route. So let me close this app component.ts here, and let's also close this app component.html. And here we are defining our routes. Now, when we want to pass a static data with the route, we can specify that data here when we are creating the route. For that, on the route for which we want to pass the data, in this case, we want to pass data to this route, to this checkout route. There we can specify a property. The property name is data. And to that, we can specify the static data which we want to pass. Here, let's say I want to pass an object where I will have a name for the course, and name for the course, let's say for now, test course. Okay. And let's say I also want to have a price property for this object, and I'll set the price as $3.99. So we want to pass this object to this route whenever the user tries to navigate to this route. Okay, so in this way, we are passing a static data. To pass the static data on the route, we have specified this data property, and to that, we have assigned the static data. Now, let's save the changes here, and let's see how we can retrieve the value of this data property in the component. So for this route, the component is checkout component, and we want to retrieve this data in the checkout component. Let's go to checkout component. There, let's go to the component class. And in here, when the user navigates to checkout route, the view of this checkout component will be rendered. Basically, this checkout component will be initialized. So here I'm going to use ng on init lifecycle hook. And inside this ng on init lifecycle hook, I'm going to write the logic to retrieve the static data. So here, in order to retrieve the static data, first of all, we need an instance of activated route class. So let's go ahead and let's create a property. Let's call it active route. It is going to be of type activated route. And in order to use this activated route, we also need to import it from Angular/router. And then let's use the inject method to ask Angular to inject an instance of this activated route class. All right. And now all we have to do is we have to access this activated route instance. For that, we can say this dot active route. On that, we have a data property. So we want to read the static data. If I hover over this data property, you will see that it returns an observable of static and resolved data of this route. We have already used this data property earlier when we were talking about resolve route card. Now, same data property can also be used to get the static data. Okay, and on this, since it is an observable, let's subscribe. And this subscribe method, we need to pass a callback function which will be called every time this observable emits a new data. And we are going to receive that new data as a parameter, as an argument to this callback function. And inside this callback function, what we want to do is, let me go ahead and let me create a property. Let me call it course. It is going to be of type course. Okay. And here we will say this dot course equals this data, which we are going to receive for this data parameter. Okay, now here we have this error because here we have not specified the type. So we know that this data, it is going to return us an object. It is basically going to return us this object. Right. So for now, from here, I will remove the type so that we can avoid that error. Okay, and now that error is gone. Let's save the changes. And now in the HTML file, what we will do is the place where we are displaying the course name. So let me scroll down. And here we are displaying the course name. So here I will simply use string interpolation syntax. And here let's say course dot name. Okay, this data here, it has a name property. So we want to display the value of that name property. In the same way, here let's also display the price. Here let's say cost dot price. Okay, let me copy this line from here and I'll also display it here. Okay, discount is 00, so we are not going to provide any discount. And here again I'll paste that same line because we want to display the cost price. Okay, and text, let's keep it as hard coded. And the subtotal, what we will do is to this price we will add this 47.41. All right, with this, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page and let's see if it works. So let me first log in. Okay, now it will take 5 seconds to go to the courses page. Let me open this Node.js course. So I'll click on this Buy Now button. And in the checkout page, you see the course name is test course. And then the price is $3.99. So basically, this is what we passed when we were passing this static data. So you see, we are passing the price as $3.99. So this is how we can pass static data. But here we don't want to pass static data. Instead, we want to pass that course object for which the user has clicked on Buy Now button. So from here I will remove this. And now, instead of passing a static data, we want to pass a dynamic data. Here, when any one of the course button is clicked, so when the Buy Now button of any one of these courses is clicked, we want to pass that course object to the checkout component. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So let's go back to VS Code. There, let's go to courses component. So here we have this courses component.html. There we should have the Buy Now button. So here we have the Buy Now button. Okay, and when this Buy Now button is clicked, we are redirecting the user to this courses/checkout route. Now here, what I also want is when the user tries to access this route, we want to pass the current course object for which the Buy Now button has been clicked. So here we want to pass a dynamic data. We want to pass that course object for which the Buy Now button has been clicked. So for that, we can use a directive called as state, and we can go ahead and we can wrap this directive within square brackets because here we want to do property binding. And to this, we can assign the current course object, and we are going to get it inside this course variable. So here we are looping over this all courses property, and for each iteration, this course will be assigned with the current course object. So we want to pass that object. We want to assign that object to this state property. Okay, so in this way, we can pass a dynamic data with the route. Here, this data will be passed with this route. Now we want to access this data in the checkout component. So for this route, which component view will be displayed? The checkout component view will be displayed. So there we can access this data. Let's see how we can do that. So here, let me save the changes. Let's go back to our checkout component. And now, since we are not passing any static data, I will comment this line. I'll keep it for your reference. And now let's see how we can access the dynamic data. Now, in order to access the dynamic data, we need an instance of router class. So let me go ahead and let me create a property. I'll call it router. It should be of type router class, and we need to import it from Angular/router. Okay, and again, we are going to use the inject method, and we are going to ask Angular to inject an instance of this router class inside this checkout component. And now let's set the type of this course property as course object. Okay, now here, in order to access the dynamic data, first we need to access this route instance. On that, we can call a method called getCurrentNavigator. GetCurrentNavigation. Okay, and on that, we need to call a property called extras. And on that, we can call another property called state. And that's it. So this is going to return us that course object. Let's go ahead and let's assign that object to this course property. So here let's say this dot course equals whatever value it is going to return. The state is going to return. Now here again we have this error. So if I hover over this state, you will notice that the state it is going to return a value of type any. But here we have set the type of this course as this course class. So that's why we have this error. So for now what I will do is again I will remove this type from here. Let's simply keep it like this. And with this, let's save the changes. Let's go to the web page. Let's check if everything is working or not. So first of all, if I try to click on this buy now button, it will redirect us to login page. There, let's go ahead and let's log in first. And again, it will take 5 seconds to redirect us to the courses page. And now let me click on this buy now button of this React course. If I scroll up, we do not see the course name and we are also not seeing the price. And here we have an error. So after all these events have been executed, after all these router events have been executed, we can see that in checkout component inside this ng on init method, we have an error and the error says cannot read properties of null. So it is trying to read the value of this extras on null. So basically, for some reason, this line here, this router.getCurrentNavigation, it is returning us null. So if this method is not working, what we can also do is we can say this dot course equals, we have in Angular one property called history. On that, we can try to access the state. Okay, so this should work. If I save the changes, let's go back to the web page. Okay, let's log in first. Let me close the console here. Okay, now let me go and let me click on the buy now button of this React course. So you will notice that the name is not being displayed, but at least the price of that course is being displayed. Now the name is not being displayed. That's because the courses class does not have a name property. So if I expand this models, expand this courses, there you will see there we have the title property and not name property. So in the checkout component.html, instead of using name, let's use title. Okay, let's save the changes again. Let's go back to the web page. Let me log in. And let me click on maybe this Angular course. So I will try to buy this Angular course. And now you will see that the course name is a complete Angular course and the price of that course is being displayed here. If I go back and if I click on maybe this machine learning course, so if I click on the buy now button of machine learning course name is machine learning with Python, and the price of that course is being displayed here. So this is how we can pass dynamic data. For passing dynamic data, what we did is the place where we are using the RouterLink directive. In this case, we are using the RouterLink directive inside this courses component.html. So on this buy now button, we have used this RouterLink directive and there we are specifying the path. After that, we are also specifying this state directive. And to that, we are assigning the dynamic data which we want to pass to the route. In this case, we want to pass the current course object to this slash courses slash checkout route. And for this route, what is the component we are rendering? We are rendering the checkout component. So in the checkout component, we are reading that data using history.state. And this line should also have worked, but for some reason it is not working. But if this approach is not working, you can use this approach. So in this lecture, you learned how to pass static and dynamic data to a route. And this is all about routing and route guards in Angular. In this section, we learned about routing and route guards in great detail with some real-world examples. Now, if you have any questions related to routing or route guards in Angular, then feel free to ask it. This is all from this section and from this lecture. Thank you for listening and have a great day.